And of course, mic check. 1, 2. To Legit City on the mic. We are in. We're in the Oni run today. All the Geysers continues. And we are nearing the end. We're almost done completing all the objectives that we set for ourselves. On the surface, it did not seem like that big / hard of a challenge. But in practice, you know, we had 40 Geysers. So to tame and use all the resources from all of them has been a journey. It really has been. Now, we are going to be hoping that the Volcano Tamer is going to be fun. And then we are going to finish up the Iron Tamer, amongst other things. Post the save. We could potentially do that, yeah. I don't know how much file space it is. I don't know if because I know I won't be able to put it on Discord. File size limit is too much. But that is one of the things. I need to find a place to be able to actually put the file at. Like if you I can't put it on Discord because I know that doesn't work due to file size. But if there's another way to do it, we could probably check it out. This is almost done actually, and it's dormant. Oh, do I trust this? Dude, do we trust this, boys? Do we want to open this and scan it now? I feel like we need to. I don't know how long it's been dormant. This has 32 cycles. This has 5 cycles. We got the vac in. It's looking all right. Oh, turbine's too hot. We're gonna have to fix this. This is dormant for 14. All right, we're gonna fix this first. Let me get a wheel here made out of steel. Maybe I'm okay to just open this. Oh yeah, we still gotta finish up this part slightly. Alright, let's move out the item. Let's build the manual gen to get it started. There's still a lot of stuff here. Ice right here randomly. Alright, we're gonna have to go inside and redo this slightly. We effectively need to make it so that the turbine doesn't get too hot. And that is a temperature thing. That's why that's happening. Too much heat's getting dumped in that the self-cooling is not able to actually just keep up with it. We're going to change some material type. We're going to run the H2 over itself. Yeah, you would need the DLC. If you don't, I believe what happens is that you are not able to load the save file. You got to have the DLCs that I have active as well. That might not actually be the case, but I believe that's how that works. All right, so this is going to be the last thing we do. We'll probably get started with that today, but I want to make sure everything else is fine. The iron's okay. We know all that works. We actually ran the H2 over itself, which is what we need to do so that we have sustainability. So that's going to be what we need to do on the top one because we have it here as well. And then once we do that, it's going to be a little bit better. We need to get that in. Otherwise, everything else I want to say is all right. I think the suits are okay. And then back to here, we did a little bit magma respilled back. That's good. This is dormant. Never mind, we're gonna do something weird here. We're gonna climb up and try to dig this out. We could do the easy seal on it just in case while we clear it out. But I don't know how active this is gonna be. Do we risk it? Do we risk this? This is the question. Is this worth the risk? Realistically, we don't need to seal the bottom. Just putting a wall there is probably fine. But I want to get the ladder built, climb up, go in, dig this out so the magma spills. Get to clear it out a little bit faster. Part of me wants to open it up though. We'll see how long that takes. All right, let this roll a little bit faster. We got to build. We got to get that in. All right, on this side, we could seal this up. As this is good. I am probably okay to bop these tiles. We were just gonna dump power on the line and not really worry too much. Might be better with this going up top, realistically. Which might mean it might be better for us to go inside and remove some of the wire now. Okay. We need to remove the battery from the inside because that's going to break. And then we need to just pump everything. So below. Yep, we just need to get the pump power. Get the seal, get the decon. We need to be pumping. This does go out into our gen that's burning everything, so we're good. We're running a coolant line because this area is hot. Might as well run the coolant line. Outside of that's pretty good. My man Nicola doing the work. Do it. I hear the words in my head. Alright, man, we'll do it. Hopefully not famous last words. Hopefully not famous last words. Alright, pump the H2. They're working on that. They got the build in. Let's go. Okay, move that out. We are going to move the line here. So we're just going to want to move out some of the material. Move out the loot. Okay. Let's get the digs in. Come on, come on. Dude, I'm so curious on this. How much time we have left? Because I will want to do... Yeah. Can't really dig that. We need to continue doing the magma dump. You grabbing magma? You doing the digs. Please don't fall. Nice. Man, I really need to vacuum my Oni run. All the mixed gases, liquids causing too much lag. That does happen, man. You gotta watch out. The lag is real. The lag is real. Having a vacuum base does help. Dude, I'm so curious about this though. Alright, Nico's coming back. He got burned. He got a band-aid. Now he's gonna be back to digging. Okay. This should be fine. Hopefully this is not going to be a problem. We're hoping that this does not turn on. All right. Priority 9. Timo, this is your call. We got to move out the magma still. Y'all know how it is. They moved out the metal. The crazy thing is that when they moved out the metal immediately got pulled out. That's kind of impressive. What's going on, Trainwreck? Welcome in. 2300s, baby. Y'all know what it is. All right, just in case, we're gonna make this part steel. I don't think it's gonna be a problem, but you never know, right? $23.76. Hey, you know the song. Say what's up, hello. He got that Cheeto dust on the keyboard, huh? It happens, man. Don't worry about it. We call that natural things. We got to fix our hydrogen, though. You can see right here we have a small little problem. We got to bob the steam turbine, rebuild this slightly. We have to bop some of the H2 here. We need the guys to run the wheel, do the thing. Hopefully this water does not boil. It's at 100 degrees. Little bit scared. Timo standing in magma at 1548. You know how Timo is able to withstand this? This is just a normal temperature where he lives. It's hot, dude. And Timo's like, give me a t-shirt. I'm gonna go analyze this geyser. This is just everyday weather, dude. Look at him go. We need to know though, Timo. Hey! If that was the case, I'd not be so upset about it. Yo, man. Hopefully, you could just clean it out with the air canister, the airbrush. Treble Queen coming in with some Timberborn. You're getting some action in before the 1.0. How was the stream, Treble Queen? Are you excited for the 1.0 release? I imagine you was on the experimental branch. Hello, hello, welcome in. How was the stream, Triple Queen? We're gonna be checking that out as well. Once the 1.0 doesn't get delayed another week. But yeah, maybe we'll change schedule and play some Timberborn tomorrow. I wouldn't mind it. Mugenics is cool, but I might actually put Timberborn as potentially up there. Oh, I've cleaned it numerous times. Just an old keyboard. I will say this. A single hair in a bad spot has bopped one of my keys on my keyboard. Literally a single hair. And it's like, so you got your keyboard caps, right? It's like you get your keyboard and then you zoom in, like you get your keys. They're like this. And then there's a thing in the middle that pushes down, right? And then this is like your keyboard surface. You have that space in between, right? I had this thing that pushes down on it have a hair going like this. And it wasn't until I pulled this out that the key started working again. That hair was long, a wild hair up the keyboard's butt. Does that mean we'll get 2LC YouTube Timberborn clips? Yo, man, you guys want that? The thing is that I kind of play Timberborn by feel, dude. I don't actually, I've never done the math for the Timberborn stuff. We could try to do the math for it, though. You've done it all, yo, man. Sometimes the keyboards, you know, gotta get replaced. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Really do be like that, though, sometimes. I see you over there on some naps. Maybe. Do some math, do some Timberborn videos, potentially. Could be a thing. Oh yeah, we got Sweetos now. They're eating and we're getting sugar. Hey. I need to start setting up a slight automation for this. The water's getting processed for the pea water, so I'm happy with this, how it's turning out. This is finally back at 24. Get him, keyboard cat. Dun, 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 dun. What's that song they played for the keyboard cat meme? Play him out, keyboard cat. Dun 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 dun. There's gonna be a lot of new players on release. But then, yeah, that's true. People are gonna want to know. Maybe we could do something like that. That's an idea. It's an idea. This got done out. Let's get some steel out of here. All right, dormant. I'm always worried about this because if this erupts, man, it is all over. You know what we could do to get started, though? We should try to start solidifying the magma really fast. Let's get some obsidian temperature plates. You guys do have a point, man. Maybe we'll do something like that. I was thinking about running a second YouTube channel and actually only putting the edited videos on there. And then have that kind of be a way of... what do you guys think about that? So... my current YouTube channel is kind of just VODs. And then if I make videos, I upload it there as well. I'm thinking about making a new YouTube channel. The thing is that it's kind of late if Timberborn is releasing tomorrow. But it could be a thing to do still, right? New YouTube channel with just... with only the edited content. That way it's you know, you separate it. Could be a little bit better. Just an idea though. Don't get burned, Freya. Oh, new printables. We got nothing here, huh? Alright. We don't need none of those guys. Alright, got it done out. Let's build it back. Anything edited, basically. Just no VODs. But yeah, it will be tutorial videos, tips, highlights potentially. If we do the, if we resume the edited VODs, it'll be on there instead. And then it's like the current channel will just, you know, kind of just become a VOD channel. That way it's, you know, machinima. Yeah, man, we're gonna do montages. You know how it is. Dude, I see that smog and it makes me think we broke the vacuum, dude. Every time. Without fail, man. That stuff is scary. You see that, like CO2 like smog. God damn it. Let's go, Timo. How about the magma boys? We gotta keep doing this. Solidify. Hey man. Mamba dance videos would be top tier though. Damn, the magma's not chilling, dude. There we go. Finally. We need to solidify the magma. Nice. Another one bites the dust. What's going on, Hunter? Welcome in. Now, part of me is thinking I could just upload everything on my current channel and shouldn't matter. So it's like, I don't really need to do the new channel. We just upload everything on the current setup. Come on, Timo. We need to scan before it erupts. Since this is fine, maybe we do this and get it started. Are you really gonna do the montage of the gameplay? I was considering it, but the response I got for like the initial setup for it felt like very underwhelming. So it's one of those things where it doesn't feel worth it to try to do that. I was thinking about doing highlights and like an edited short form, but it didn't feel like I got a good response, in a sense that, you know, not that I expect a certain amount, but it's more so like a way to gauge it, and it didn't really feel like a lot of people were like cool with, not cool with it, but like we're looking for that type of content, you know? And that's why I kind of stopped with that, because it's like I would like to go through the entire VOD is basically rewatching everything, cutting everything out, and then after you're done doing that initial cutting out the, you know, parts where I'm not talking, nothing's really happening, we're waiting, and then you go back to try to make it make sense and do another additional set of cuts, so that you cut off parts that's like, you know, I talk about something completely random. And then it's like, okay, that has nothing to do with anything at all, and it's all over the place. And then it's like, you edit it, it kind of makes more sense because you get the full story with the gaps removed off. So it's like, that's what I did for the first couple ones, and I was like, man, while it was cool, a lot of people didn't really watch it. Like, the stats on it were pretty bad. Yeah, man, no more talking about Costco rotisserie chicken. Dude, I saw something I didn't know was a thing. There is Costco rotisserie chicken hacks where they will make food. 23 cycle. Okay, we got time. VODs are good for the background. Hey, let's go. Steel here. Did I miss the mamba breeding? That was yesterday. Yeah, it's using the whole chicken. They go into the Costco rotisserie chicken, they buy one of those. And then what they do is they will remove the chicken from the rotisserie, so they remove the bones. And then they make the food meal inside the bag. So it's like, you know, the rotisserie. I mean, back in the days, you used to get a plastic tray, right? Nowadays, it's like a bag. It's like a Ziploc bag. Feels bad. So what they do is like they will remove everything they don't want, put it back in the bag with the chicken juices, and then they will make a food dish out of it. One of them that I saw was like I mean, popular ones are like chicken salad. Someone did it like a chicken fried rice. It was weird because it's like you take it out of the bag and then you put it back in the bag. Yeah, you do anything with the rotisserie chicken, man. You really can. All right, I will use steel here for the memes. We don't really need to use steel here, but we will. I just don't want to drop it into the magma and have it be a problem. All right, power line, atmos sensor, and then we could seal it up and be good. Did you say rotisserie chicken hat? Hack. I don't know if it's really considered a hack though. It's, you know, the people on the interwebs just put words onto things now for the viewership, even though it's not really what it says it's supposed to be. They use that meat pretty much anything else. Chicken, they do. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, man. What do you call those Costco bakes? They got the chicken bake. They used to have the bulgogi bake. They had a carne asada bake one of those times. Dude, like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, do you call those? I don't even know what you call those. Like, what do you call that food? It's like a giant hot pocket, kind of. But it's like actually filling. Feels weird, man. Describe it. Dude, I wouldn't mind like a shop that sells that. It's not really a calzone. It's kind of like a burrito, but with bread. Super coolant gas, that's impressive. I'm not gonna lie, that is impressive. Super coolant gas. All right, happy, I think it's fine. Let's just call it a bake. Feels weird, man. One of those videos where a face is pointing upwards while some other video is cooking. Oh, dude, they have another. Yeah, I've seen those as well. It's so jank. This is 40 side. We have time here. Really? What is it? 400, right? Something like that? Still, though, you need like double the energy versus water. But yeah, it is technically low temp, true. All right, we got to sweep the steel here, do the memes. Definitely less magma or niobium. Yeah, didn't really think about that, but yeah, I almost never get super coolant, man. Classic stuff. We just call it a bake. It's weird, man, because it's technically a calzone. I could kind of see that, but at the same time, it's not really. It's more like a burrito. Dude, yeah, dude, super coolant gas. Like, if that happens, dude, that's a wipe, man. You gotta start sending payloads filled with like ice and let it slowly do its thing or something. I don't know how else you really get out of that. All right, we got the analysis in. We could seal this up. We're effectively done here. We don't need to continue pumping, actually. We might just wrap this up, because technically we is good. We as do be the good times. It's looking not bad. Meat bun. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Calling it a meat bun is pretty good. A dedicated planet cooling station. Yeah, that could be a thing too. Technically, they just made a forced giant steam turbine build. Technically. If you look at the superconductive planet as a magma core and treat it as such, that technically is just free power. You just have nothing to use it on because the planet's small. Got nothing to put over there, man. Would storing ice in a storage tile prevent state change? It wouldn't prevent it, but it would drastically slow it down. Putting things in a storing tile like that is actually a good way to prevent state change. Putting a liquid in a reservoir, gas in a reservoir, item in a bin. For whatever reason, items in bins and in those respective storages tend to have like a weirder calculation, and as a result makes it a lot easier to kind of keep as the same temp. Now, it's not perfect. You're still going to get some sort of interaction, but it's going to be a lot slower normally than just having it in the environment. So technically, yes. All right, for the memes, we will just seal this up. Build this out. Keep it simple. We'll still probably want to keep pumping up the magma. You know what we'll do here? We'll just put a floor like this. That might be the play. And we're technically safe. I see. I'm trying to transport ice across asteroids. I see you. Wait, storage tiles are coded differently than storage bins. The contents won't ever exchange temperature or off gas. Huh, I wonder if that's because you could build them floating. And that actively means there's no active solid tile that it would heat transfer with. Because normally the buildings that you place have to be put on the floor. Right? So that means the active tile is basically on the floor. They're coded like pedestals. Oh, can you put food in that? Isn't that just easy permanent food storage? Can you select food in storage tiles? I've never tried because I'm not really a fan of storage tiles, man. Not gonna lie. Alright, man, this is good. We're gonna seal this up. Hopefully my dupes don't get stuck inside. Power line, gas line, automation line. Let's go to above. And then we will start setting up the pipeline. Can't select food. Only dehydrated foods. Same thing as storage bins. Great for packaged food, though. I see, I see. Alright, we're going to be needing to start sending back CO2 to the home planet. Start getting this ready. We're going to be using sandstone for this. It makes sense to pull it down this way. And then we could just run it through all the things. And then we can't reach a couple spots. Let's just build a couple ladders for that. Should be good. Probably bop these two. Alright, on this side, we are effectively done. I don't think there's anything else we need to do here anymore. It's really just the water. Making sure we have enough water so that we could keep this rolling. That's really it. Oh, ha. I never made my cross doors. Yeah, we got to do that. I see we level. Appreciate the heads up. Critter drop off. Yeah. And then we got to get a critter sensor in here. We will probably just want to do the top doors. And then get some doors down here. All right, no one's stuck. We are safe. And then all we need is a power line here now. Let's go. What's going on, Cyberdyne? I see you over there. We have a safe little area now. We're gonna start bopping the trip up here. Not gonna need it. H2 outbreak. Vac. We're still at milligrams. Let's bump this to a 9. I don't want to fill this up until we fix this because I'm a little scared. Oh yeah. This part. Nothing. Okay, so get the seal in. Because if the magma starts spilling, that's kind of bad. I want to say we're good here. We have 60 kgs of water per tile. 50 here. It's pretty good. We're going to be solidifying magma and having it sit on this tile. For now, we're going to change that. We could also open this, but no gas because of how this works. And then it's going to be here to get the turbine and the water in. Get the water in at the bottom. We're going to slow down on this though, because this is not going to be needed until later. This part is done. Turbine's at 91, which is fine. We got to move out the item so we can rebuild the stuff. This is in milligrams. We will want to try to fix that. Cool. Last geyser is going to be there. We'll do that last. This is good. Chlorine pump is good. All right, so we are going to be receiving chlorine. Where is the teleporter? Right here. All right, so this is no longer going to be here. We need to make a separate chlorine line. Okay, we're going to want to run that here, I guess. What's going on, Cyberdyne? I see you over there. Hope you're having a good one. Appreciate you for tuning in. We are going to move a gas vent to here, so that we could remove this bridge and go down this way. And then our chlorine line is already here. This is chlorine, and then we're just going to bridge on. Okay, that's not connected, so everything here should be safe. Let's do a coaling. I'm sorry, baby hatches. Y'all gotta go. $12.59. We have a lot of igneous. All right. Micrograms. At some point, we'll open it so it vacuums out faster. A little bit of lag. MCG, that's what we want to see. And then we could start opening it and letting it siphon out. The wheel's getting hot, no battery because it's going to, I mean, we probably should have left it connected, but we needed the battery to drain out. Otherwise, it was just going to keep generating heat in a vacuum. That would have been bad. This is reachable, right? Up the priority there. Okay. We're going to start building a platform here to separate the rooms, because technically we don't need to do this anymore. We will bop this. And you know what I'm thinking we're going to do? We're just going to move the canisters of magma here into the magma floor. And then just be done with it. All that untapped magma. Because we don't need it. It's not bad. Life is good. I'm coding nice. If you guys don't know Cyberdyne, he's making his own video game called Cyberdyne Cyberdash. And it's basically going to be, you play as a stick figure. And you're running. And that's the game. You just keep running. Don't know why you're running. You just be running. There's people after you. And then there's people in the background that just yell, "Run, Cyberdyne, run!" And then you find out it's basically you're reliving that period of life in Forrest Gump from the movie, where he's just running across the United States for no reason. And then at the end, there's a lady called Jenny that gives you a kiss, and that's it. And it always plays Run the Meme sound. And then you'll see in the cursive letters, "Life is like a box of chocolates. Just keep running." Has nothing to do with the game at all. Let's go. What's going on, YCK? Welcome in. Making some spaghetti. Spaghetti is good. Spaghetti is good. A wise man once told me, don't let the yellow letters on the code, what am I looking for? Don't let the yellow letters on the code discourage you from running the game. Reminds me of Pepsi Man. Do that. That game was 100% only done for the sake of the adverts, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. We move the grubs here. Always. We don't count eggs, only critters. Green signal if it's above 0. Yes. That should work, right? Alright, let's try this. We're gonna wrangle the grubs. So if we randomly get grubs here, we're gonna dump them into here. And then you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna feed them. Like the cruel people we are. We're gonna feed these grubs. What we're gonna feed them? The food they like the most. Sulfur. Such cruel people, boys. Don't let the yellow squiggly line scare you. If the code runs, it runs, man. There was a dude who told me, if it dies, it dies. At the same point, if it runs, it runs. I'm just saying. All right, let's get the full seal. VXX. Have you ever played Pepsi Man? Have you ever played it because you speedrun it? A lot of people that play Pepsi Man and know about it speedrun the game. Just let it run, yeah, man. I want to let it run. I want to run the code. Yeah, yeah. No, that's not how the song goes, right? Add a line to skip the file. Coding is crazy, man. Dude, I will say this. I have a dream that I will get rich and then create my own video game. Of course, that's every person's who's a little kid's dream. I'm still a little kid, I guess. But yo, man, I've always wanted to make my own video game. Not like no cap, dude. All right, it's time to move the magma. Okay, down there is fine. Jump, jump, move. Not publish. Like I wanna be the director in a sense that I control how the game kind of develops and lead the direction of where it should be focused on. It would be an MMORPG, actually. I feel like that means you're publishing. Does it really mean you're publishing? I would want to do MMO. Not that I see all these failed MMOs and I want to take a stab at it. It's more so that it's like, I feel like there are so many aspects of the game. Yeah, because a lot of people make a bunch of games that don't publish. Yeah, that's true. I guess I would want to publish it, but it's like, I want to make a game that's kind of like the world of Too Legit. Kind of like, you know how there's World of Warcraft? Not that I want it to be like my world, but like I want to like create a world. Now the thing is that I feel like a lot of these worlds only get popular because there's books behind it. I don't know if that's true, but it feels like that, man. Dude, did you see the news of the Sword Art Online? They're recreating the 100th floor tower in every level from it. So that it's like each floor is going to be a world. They're doing that, man. We expand from a city, yeah, man. City to the world. Let's go. That's why you brought it up, yeah, man. I didn't see that and get the idea though. It's like I've always, as a kid, wanted to do that. And then as I've grown older, I feel like I've gotten some ideas that tack onto it. Because the thing is that it's like, I've always wondered why a certain style of video games never gets popular. Like, they don't have any games out there that's truly your character getting to be different and unique. In every MMORPG, all the characters end up being the same. And it's probably because you get pigeonholed into that due to the fact that it's always becomes a thing of you're the hero. You need to be this strong to be the hero. And then if you're playing this class, you got to play this class this way. Yeah, but isn't MMOs a dying genre? That's because the word dying genre is disingenuous. The only reason why it's considered dying is because a lot of companies have come in and kind of spat on the genre so that they could make money off of it. And part of it is because of how that kind of culture followed along. From the, like, how do I say this? The FOMO culture. I feel like the FOMO thing has kind of gone through its lifespan with MMOs, and now it's moved on to different genres. True, but AI can write you books nowadays. That's true, yeah, man. Not about that life. Stagnant. Can you remember a good MMO entering the stage in the last 10 years? Have you seen, how big does the MMO have to be? The only good ones are WoW and Final Fantasy 14. I've basically stopped playing MMOs years ago because of what you said. Yeah, right? It's the problem is the players, but the problem is also the company. I'm not going to say how much of it is either, but you can't blame a single entity. Both are at fault. The players constantly data mining is at fault. The devs trying to just basically dress up old ideas without actually being innovative. Like, everyone's at fault when it comes to that, like, realistically. Well, we count sandbox MMOs as MMORPGs. The last MMO I feel like I've seen that released and is kind of successful is Albion Online. It was literally developed and made in the last 10 years. It was a open world player driven game 100%, and it's open PvP. Albion Online, it has old school graphics, but I want to say it's been, what, how old is that? Almost 10 years? I don't think it's in 10 years range yet. But the thing with that is that while it is being played, it's not a big popular game. It's one of the games, though, that does have that old school feel to it. Toxicity, dude, that's part of it. Is I feel that part of it, ooh, the magma's running, the game being toxic has to do with how do I say this? How they structured the content. Oh, I didn't set that up. Let me go here, copy. Okay, it's not connected, that's fine. And then let's finish this. I feel like it's because of how they structured the content. Like, you started giving people, I think when it comes down to it, the biggest problem I feel like is the players want everything. Would you make a video where you discuss how you tame these geysers? Which ones? Because it's like, in the individual sense, Iron Tamer, Volcano Tamer, Hydrogen Tamer? Or are you talking about doing the combo stuff? I mean, technically, this is not combo, though. It's really just, I wanted to fit the other two Tamers in between this one. because the toxicity, I feel like it stems from the fact that people want it all. They want to have good runs every time. They want to break a record every time they touch the game. And that all stems from the fact that you have people making up these ratings, right? Like in MMO culture, I think they're notoriously called IO values. And people use that to determine how good you are at the game. And then the problem with it is that no one knows what they're talking about, and everyone is just kind of just arguing at each other, bringing up points that don't make sense. And it's because they're emotional. Like in any case, that's what it always felt like. Yeah, they'll look at ELO rating, they'll look at IO rating, they'll look at MMR rating, and they'll use that to dictate how they look at you as like a player. Fashion is a true M game in MMOs. That's where the devs make their money. Not gonna lie. I really do be how the devs make the money. Gotta get the nice skins, man. Put that on the cash shop. MMO player base getting old too is almost like a retirement home. It could be. That could be what it is. I just feel like if I were to make a video, yeah, I'd probably make an MMO though. But yeah, there's so many of these problems that are only a thing because, man, FF14 is an MMR or item score, they ban mods and stuff. Endgame is definitely fashion. I feel like FF14 is where a lot of role players are. A lot of RP, FF14. But then again, that's kind of what MMORPGs are for the RP. And then it's getting world first. Final Fantasy 14, I feel like, kept the WoW mythic rating kind of idea and kept going with it. Making bosses hard, that's another thing too. You could only make something so epic and then top it. Make the bosses so difficult, then top it, kind of a thing. You could only do that so much. WoW being spooky makes sense. On WoW, they broke some of the add-ons that help with bosses. Is that after the big tirade they had with the big classic players? I remember there was this thing, I saw a video. There was a League player that was complaining about how playing the game is easy and boring now because they have add-ons that basically hold your hand the entire way. And they were talking about how it's like, play the game without any of the mods. Kind of an idea. And it was because it's like, yeah, it's true. They have like the boss mods basically yell at you when you gotta run, highlight the circles you need to stand in, stuff like that. Basically, he was saying weak auras. Having the ability to have something notify you when that pops up was making the game way too easy. They got tired of making the game so hard for add-ons to help guide. So are they just removing the add-ons to make the bosses just, I guess, not hard? I miss some weak auras. Ghost Rider knows what I'm talking about. Basically, the idea is that they're using the code in the game to kind of trigger a response and making it so that you literally become trained like a dog with a clicker. Like, you hear a voice line, oh, we gotta run out. The boss is gonna AoE on himself. Kind of a thing. They made it so that you couldn't get info from bosses. Not gonna lie, man, that should have happened a lot earlier. 14 has boss mods built into the raid. If you messed it up, it's on you now. Dude. I mean, I haven't played FF14. I don't know much about it. But I remember there was a whole fiasco where, like very recently in the last year, they had a world first on one of the bosses that was supposed to be like really hard. And then they found out that the people who got the world first kill were using mods to make it easier. And as a result, they reset and said that that didn't count, reset the boss kill or something like that, and then everyone got banned. That was part of the raid. I don't know, it was weird. One of the weirder instances that I've heard of. But yeah, Sony actually did something about it. I was kind of impressed. Like, oh damn, they not messing around. All right, let's get a... All right, we have 2 pipelines to add water into. This is going to be kind of scary. Hopefully nothing breaks. I'll probably just put it here. Bottle emptier, bottle emptier. We're going to have to add liquids in. All right, we need to add the water in before we turn this on. Still waiting for this to back out. It's going to take some time. But yeah, I want to say that I remember when there was like people saying PvP and raiding is easy in WoW now compared to before, because nowadays you have a mod telling you everything, all the information. Something like there's like a... Like before, you would know that you're fighting against a druid, not a rogue, if they had the Mark of the Wild buff. But then there's only one guy you see and the other guy's stealth. And then it's like, I think it devolved to something like you could tell now and there's no baiting anymore because there's like a... You could read what's being casted or something like that. It was weird. Targeting shenanigans, knowing the cooldown of your opponents because you have a mod tracking it. Dude, you have to though. You gotta take the healer. It really do be like that, but it's like you have to do it. Otherwise, the sustain. The sustain's strong. The arena mod's not. I mean, I guess there was the other build you could play, which is Mana Burn. You run Hunter, Shadow Priest, and you just Mana Burn the healer. But yeah, I wanted to make an MMO, man, long time ago. I feel like I'm just ranting about MMOs nowadays. Yeah, man, that's basically when I played. You ran Warrior Priest was solid. Shaman Warrior was not as good, but it still kind of worked. And then you had the double strats, 2 rogues, 2 hunters, because natural advantages they have. That was always fun times. And then there was the spell cleave. Basically, it's like just do damage on everyone. They can't heal everyone at the same time. And you ran Shadow Priest Warlock, double dots, start running around kiting. Oh, is it time? All right, I think it is. We're gonna bop some tiles. I did want to replace these tiles, but we're gonna run the flow through instead. So we run this. We could go up. And then run that out this way. Remove the rest of this. I don't think we could remove all of that, so we'll remove one of these. No, I think we can. We should be okay to open this. It shouldn't be a problem. There we go, there we go. Man, I have no idea how we devolved in talking about WoW PvP. I have no idea, man. I lost my track here. 5 cycles, okay. Wanted to make the MMO true. I just don't remember how we started talking about WoW PvP though. We got to get this built. We got 5 cycles for this. It took us forever to get it set up. It should be fine. All right, a little bit unreachable. We got a priority 9 everything. We don't be doing the runs. We just need them getting to work. This side should be ready. We're just moving out the magma, and then we're just gonna clear everything up. Moving out the stuff. We'll move the chlorine out soon. We still need to see whether or not this is fine. Oh, we're out of CO2 again, aren't we? God damn it. Every single time. Okay, so the easy fix is gonna be like this. That way the sweeper is always connected. Nice. Gotta move out the stuff. Get the decon. That was done in half a cycle. Kind of impressive. I'll take it. So by pumping this and running it back on itself, it's going to cool down the hydrogen. We're going to be getting enough heat anyways, because we just needed to be above 125 slightly. So that way the 500 is not going to be a problem. Everything's made out of steel though, but it's just to help out with the cooling. But yeah, man, making an MMO is mad expensive. I can't imagine making my own MMO. Oh, it works. Okay. We are going to be putting sulfur here. Take the grubs copy. No, those are already at P5 and it's fine. The legit city MMO. Just a normal indie game. Well, you would still need to pick like a genre. I don't know what genre I would go for if that was what I wanted to do. Like, what would the genre be? Make up a genre. It's gonna be a city builder where you have to keep the cats happy. You build the city and the cats are gonna complain. And then if you get the cats happy enough, you get pictures of their toe beans. Oh man. Roguelike MMO if there was, well done. The problem, that's actually the design of the MMO I would do. I'm not even kidding. I wanted, the MMO design I wanted to make is you have like one map. And the idea is that the map has different stages into it, depending on how much the people do the questing, like there's always going to be a hidden MSQ in a sense that no one knows what the main storyline is going to be. And the thing with that is that there's always going to be multiple storylines, but with some progressing, other ones get axed out, and that progresses which boss shows up, kind of a deal. And it becomes a thing where you get invested into the specific server because they're progressing in a certain way. And the thing with that is you would have kind of like seasonal wipes, kind of akin to like Path of Exile, where you would start over. But I wanted to make it so that that would be a way to kind of like cumulatively farm, because I wanted to gate out the certain skills and abilities with, you know, achieving certain things. Kind of like if you do a lot of hit and running, you get a lot of hit and run stuff, like moving while shooting, things like that. And then if you do a lot of tank stuff, you get a lot of like natural damage, shield block stuff. But then you would get core attributes that it would carry over on your account. That way, when you start a new character, you have some of them already unlocked, and it's kind of like New Game Plus. The MMO aspect is just how the community of it would kind of have to work together to achieve a certain goal, progress the map to a certain stage, and then you know, unlock certain things. And then it would be a thing where it would be seasonal, but we would be adding in maps slowly. The thing is that I feel like a lot of these MMORPGs see the word massive, and they kind of hamstring themselves by trying to make the game true to its name, massive, right? They gotta have a huge, big world. And I feel like they ruin themselves because of them trying to do that. Whereas what they really need is a living, breathing world. Right? Like, that's probably more akin to what they need. A game, a world where choices matter, things are alive to a certain degree. It's hard to get that and execute that. I got some ideas, but you know, I gotta keep that close to the chest. Cat pathing would take thousands of RAM. Nah, man. There would be no pathing. You would just have like, you know how in, have you guys ever played the tower defense games? If you guys have you guys ever played the PvP style tower defense games? You know what I'm saying? The PvP style was where it's like you send units to the opposing player and then you're building your own maze. And then it's like you income, you get money, buy units, and then that gets sent to the enemy, and then you try to make them leak. I would take that approach because I feel like that's just infinitely better in terms of how simulation games should be run for pathfinding. You shouldn't always be actively having every person at every given moment do pathing updates. I think instead what would be a lot better is to give them a button to update and then passively update every so often so that it's not constantly being calculated. And that the pathfinding at a certain degree is kind of for show. Like, it's not real active live pathfinding. And the citizens are really just looking for the average value to be good enough, and then they'll be happy. There's a lot of ideas like that I feel like should be done that way, but no one does it, and I don't know why. But in the PvP style Tower Wars, you guys know how there's they have an invulnerable unit that could run an infinite distance, and the job of the unit is to run through the map to make sure you're not blocking. That unit is going to be what dictates the pathfinding value that would satisfy your, citizens. Now, of course, some people want the realism, so they want the auto update, every citizen gets its own pathfinding thing. I get that. But I feel like for a lot of these games that are not really looking into realism, that would be the better approach. I don't know, man. Talking a lot about random stuff. Alright, man, we need to seal this. Dude, man, PvP tower defense is funny because it ends up everyone's playing the same build. And then it's always like whoever gets the first kill is pretty good. Have you seen King's Avatar? Ah, I have. That's actually, I've taken some inspiration from that game. I wanted a game that's kind of has a lot of the game modes that they have. You get announcements when someone finds a secret boss. Some of the fights are timed for certain intervals. Some of the unlocks are in a similar fashion, like how they have like the instancing, and then it's like, oh yeah, we gotta bring this group, this is the meta group, tank, healer, DPS. And then the guy that's a pro is like, nah man, bring 3 fire mages. We got this. And then he just kites the map, and then the fire mages just need to cast fireball when they're all clumped up. And it's like, dude, yeah, man. But I wanted a kind of like a system like that. Not exactly, but it's a system where it's you effectively have to work for the skills, right? It's not just go to the skill trainer and then get the skill. Like, you kind of have to work for it. And it's like, I kind of wanted something like that. King's Avatar, low key, I hate the finale because the frame rate was just like One Punch Man finale. It was so bad. You want, no, you want the meta. It's just that the meta shouldn't be the only way to get results. The meta is just what's popular. I was kind of impressed how they made King's Avatar, an MMO game, end up being kind of like a MOBA in a certain degree. It's like, yeah, you build your own characters, and then it's like a 5v5 scrimmage on the map. I thought that was kind of interesting because it's like, okay, it's a PvP battleground, but it's like small skirmish. The meta PvP defense I'm thinking about got really complicated. Dude, the one I was playing back in the day on the StarCraft custom games, you know what the meta strategy was? You do the Naruto spiral, but not properly, it's like a double spiral, right? And what you do is when the wave comes, you let them in. So you clog this and you open that. They run in this way. When they reach the middle, you open this, close that, and they have to back up, reverse through the spiral. And then when they get close, you open this and you close this. So they're never blocked, but you're basically juggling them. And that was the meta strategy. Kind of cheesy, but if you make the maze long enough, you're able to pull that off. There are games that push the meta alongside with cosmetic sale. Yo, man. You gotta do the cosmetics, man. You gotta do it. All right, I want to say this is good now. We just have to see whether or not this is actually good. So we have to see this be active. Looks good, though. Make the robot explode if they get uncomfortable. The robot, is that the route tester? All right, I think everything that needs to be closed is closed. So I think we're safe here. I mean, it's never going to be perfectly safe, but... Wait, hold up. We're on this planet. What liquids do we have a lot of? Brine, 37 tons. Boys, we're going with brine today. Auto bottle 9. All right, so we effectively should be doing this. Let me double check the routing. So this is not hot. This is kind of, but that's really it, right? I think this is okay. We're gonna probably want brine here as well because we have a lot of brine. So brine layer, and then we're getting brine in pipes. I gotta add water inside though. The rails are done here, and then we just gotta run the power line out, which shouldn't be too bad. I don't think we need this, so we could pop that, which means we could cut the line. This is at 1610, so I could literally put the 1200 line on that. This line's going through the wall, so we should be very easily able to pull this off. It looks good. Nothing could go into here. Adding water. We still need to seal this up. And then we got to get the pipeline in. All right, so here it's probably... I'm going to redo the ceiling here so it's flat. That's probably what I'll want to do. So for now, we are going to run a travesty line. A travesty line is a line that looks like a grand travesty of a pipeline. But for the sake of the run, we'll do it this way. That's a grand travesty. And then this one, we're going to run it through. We just got to get the walls built so we don't break the vac. All right. Liquid's adding in. So the big problem is we could get a steam here if we just drop the water bottle on the floor. It's just bad times. But I need to get liquid in for the cooling line. Back on this side, we're still moving the magma. Okay, move this to here. Move this to here. We probably don't need to up the priority there. It's probably okay. I'm probably okay to bop this now. Just because we don't need none of that stuff here anymore. We just got to get the pipeline built. We are going to have both the wild and the tame grubs chilling here. Oh, we want this to be infinite room size, so we're going to have to remove this tile. The Sweetos are chilling. They have food, I guess. And then we just have to make sure we're consuming enough of the sulfur so that the value is going down. We're gonna have to do some math there a little bit. All right, this is fine again. We're gonna cut this line, and then we're gonna cut that line, and then we're gonna connect that line. So we're gonna have the wood burners on a separate line, always running, and then the sweepers connected to the battery power bank. We do not have none of them CO2s over here. We need to get more CO2s. This is gonna be off because we don't have enough consumers here, but I guess that's fine. All right, we're gonna turn this off for now so everything's running. Now that this is set, we probably want to lock the door from people coming inside. This is back active again. It's cooled down this room. The water's gone through and it's all filtered out. So the pea water is there. This is going to be active in 24 cycles. Hopefully that holds. If not, hopefully this water does some good stuff for us. I'm surprised, man, this is not generating that much water for us. Kind of surprised. So we might have sent too much water off to the right side, is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we could just keep all the water here now. And we're gonna siphon off. Oh, this is built. Yeah. We could siphon off some water here. Okay. Just pump up the waters. Keep the AQ rolling. The reservoir is more or less filled. We're just going to be sending the water to the swamp side. This is going to be active. We could send water from here instead of from the other side now. It's not even a full stream, but it's looking pretty good. Dormancy. Is the dormancy going to be now? It said 0. Hey man, we just pump in some water. Oh, it's filled. Alright, let's cut that for now. Moving out the items. No steam issue here. It's looking pretty good. This is waiting. Eruption's fine. After the base is done, how will you do? It can handle stress testing. There are a couple things I would have to fix if I wanted to AFK the space. I think we're not going to do anything too strict. I feel like a lot of the things we have is solved. Like, I think that the metal is fine. I think that the hatches are fine with the magma and the igneous. There are a couple of problems that may happen due to like lag with the magma solidifying in the mesh tile. But I feel like a lot of... Ooh, the bees. This happens on save load. We gotta save the bees. Sometimes the nuclear waste spawns solid. I might have to sweep that. But yeah, I don't know if there's any problems we really run into with this. Dude, man, that stuff on the save load, such a problem. Alright, this is gonna be steel, so that we could run the steel setup kind of jank. With the steel inside from the VODs do the thing. If you put auto pick that up. I was thinking about that. I was honestly thinking it might be okay to just have a bin instead. Have the bin to pull out the solid nuclear waste. That way the dupes go in and out, and then I don't have to worry about heat being generated. I mean, that's not really going to be a problem because it's cold CO2 coming in. Put an auto miner and leave the waste on the floor. That's the same thing, right? Heat. I mean, it is not a lot of heat. The only problem will occur is when the auto miner gets entombed itself. That would be the only real problem. Oh, are we done? Oh, it's ready, boys. The liquid cooling line is looking good. Okay. So we can uncheck this, uncheck that. Bop the bridge. Bop the bridge. That's always first step. Bop the bridge. Okay. Getting the water here slowly. We still got to build out the power line. It's taking a while. Is there an issue with grabbing lead? The nuclear waste from the Radbolt collision, that's a classic. Dupe's getting shot, dude. For no reason. Alright, I want to say we're doing pretty good here. Speed this up, let him build. Moving out the magma. Okay, this is back up. CO2 is still struggling to get there. Oh, we are not getting the wood. This is at 5. They should all be at 5, right? We kind of changed this. Wait, does that mean I messed something up here? Here we go. It's the coal again. Okay, so the wood's trying to come through, but we just have too much coal. And there we go. That's kind of our biggest problem right now. The wood and coal issue. You know what I'm thinking about doing? Just gonna do that. And then we're just gonna put coal in there as well to load out. They don't need to collide with a dupe. True. Hit a wall, hit a pip. It was the pip snap. It really was. Alright, CO2 here is fine. So this is kind of set like that is okay. There's no water here because we're not getting CO2. And we're not getting enough wood. Dude, I feel like they should allow you to sandwich this. That would have been tight. I think realistically, though, we need to have a chute. And then the wood's coming from the other planet. I kind of want to start relying on what we already have. This is weird. I don't know why this is like this. Maybe they don't like how we have this set up. Which kind of makes sense, I guess. Oh, finally. CO2 is looking proper. Yeah, I'm thinking about removing those because I'm thinking technically having the wood go through this so that we could split it evenly is probably best. Like, honestly, I feel like that makes the most sense. Like, we could just put this loader instead of coal, put wood, and have the dupes sweep to here instead. That honestly might be better. Alright, let's try to get ready for the upgrade. So that we just have piles of wood inside the room instead of having the fear of running out. And then we could remove these loaders in front of the rooms. Alright, we'll let him work on that. Let's bob everything. Still adding the waters. Okay. Let's move out the item. Delivering the water. Extract pipe contents. It's not gonna fall on the hot tiles. This is fine. Alright, we're gonna add water here. I need to pay attention to this though. I just put together a Wheezeward Radbolt setup. Delivers a perfect 100 Radbolts to the terminal automation. Shuts off the Radbolt gen when the station is full. Research gets done fast enough that the empty station for the next bolt insulate Wheezeward and you get a box tab with cooling. The classic. Except that you have automation. I don't. A perfect 100. I feel like I used to want to do that until I realized one day, if the dupe doesn't use up all the rad bolts because I only have one rad bolt researcher and they're going to sleep, that I still get nuclear waste because it hits the floor, right? That was the one thing that I was like, you know what, I'm not gonna try to make this perfect anymore. The dupe's just gonna be like, yeah man, I'm gonna go on break. And then it's like the rad bolts stored is like, you know, 69 remaining. They only use 31 for the research. I mean, it's fine to do. I just feel like getting that exact might not be worth it. Though, it is like, if there's a situation that presents itself, having something like that could be good. I loop rad bolts between two terminals and always shut one off if one of them is full. That's pretty good. There's also the idea of just having a decay loop that I think I wouldn't mind. You do the decay loop. It's pretty simple. You guys probably seen it. You guys have the station, right? On the edge like this. And then you run the setup like this. So this shoots here. If it shoots past, it goes up and goes back and it starts looping. That way, even if you overshoot, it's going to be full. And then the moment you use it, it's going to pull from the loop. And then that kind of helps your automation out because it just keeps the station full. Zarrig is taking it a step further by putting freaking 2 of these in sequence. so that it's like diagonal, right? Here to here. Oh, I messed this up. You get no liquid waste. The bolt does decay while moving, so it's not perfect, but it's pretty good still. No liquid waste, auto shut off, yeah. It's not bad, it's not bad. Oh, the rad bolts lose 0.1 mass per tile move, so I put the generator exactly 10 tiles away. Oh, you accounted for that as well. Yeah, another thing that sucks is the rad bolt terminal doesn't give you exact value. They round so many times, man. I'm at 100 rad bolts, and then the research is at like 99 out of 100. And apparently it's like a decayed 0.1 while traveling, so I didn't get enough. And I was like, oh, this is annoying, dude. God damn it. That's the worst when something like that starts happening. My gen shoots at 101, so 10 tiles later exactly 100. Yep. You gotta overshoot. You gotta overshoot. The 2 terminals also give lab bonus. That's true. That is a thing. That is a thing. All right, 92, 125. We're running the H2 over itself. We pump it about 116. It comes out about 200, so it's cooling down about 100 degrees here. Once it gets inside, the heat's not really going to matter too much. It's going to be on a cooling block. So for the most part, this is chilling. We're working on the power line here. 78. That's what, 25 kgs per tile. I get another bottle here. I don't mind it. I want to watch this before they mess it up. Quick check on this side. We got the chutes in. Copy pasta. The magma is moved. Let's go. All right, we are gonna do igneous ladders here. So the obsidian falls down. We're at 80 kgs. That's fine. Do you think your save will crash most common computers? That's, man. I want to say no. I want to say no, but I don't actually know, man. Because the thing with that is, isn't the game technically limited to the game engine, so it's never going to be able to kind of overexert the CPU? There's no multi-threading. So I'm thinking that shouldn't be a thing. But I don't actually know. I've always had to quit due to lag at cycles 2000, but this is only 2 planets. Yeah, that's another thing. We haven't explored past the first 2 planets. So that should reduce the bulk of the lag, because the other planets, they add lag, right? Some of them have natural lag generators, like gassy moos and, you know, shovels. Yeah, that's the only case if the drivers have issues. I'm saying that I don't think the game could push that. You know what I'm saying? It's like you get a speeding ticket if you go over 65 miles per hour. But I don't think this even pushes 60. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I don't know if this even gets that fast, man, to be able to put the wear and tear. Maybe if you drive like a Range Rover and get the 1 miles per gallon. I had a friend, I had a coworker who drove a Range Rover, and they said that they will get gas every day. I was like, damn, for real? I was like, yeah, man. If I don't get gas on the way home from work, I don't get to drive to work. I was like, that's wild, man. They got that one MPG. Yeah, I don't think it's possible, man. I mean, you never know. Maybe someone's running an E machine, Pentium Classic. You know, got the one stick of RAM at 8 gigs. Even then, that's good enough. They got the 512 megabytes. Oh ha, this is not correct. I'll leave it here though. Boop boop. Boop 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 beep boop. And then we gotta pop this. Pipe lag. Oh yeah, we got all the pipes. Yo, man, my pipes are the best pipes in the business. I got the best pipes in the business. They'd be the best laid, best looking pipes of all time. I do my own pipe layouts. Oh man, these walls are hot. Alright, let me get a second line of obsidian here, because I can. It's looking good. Little bit of heat right here. We'll double this up as well. Oh shit! No stealth lag drag. I didn't think this was happening anymore. No one sees this. Oh shit. Did that go to the first planet? It did not. Let's go. You could drag that across planets, man. That's how bad the lag is sometimes. I just want to see there's no blueprints. Igneous house. I see one right here. Oh shit. That is not supposed to be there. This right here. Okay. We saw one. I don't think I saw anything else. Just want to double check. It's no funny business. This puff there is funny business. That man look pretty solid. Low-key scary, dude. Alright, all we gotta do now is seal up this tile. We'll let him build out the obsidian tiles here first. Want to make sure we seal the heat in pretty well. The bottom, I'm not really too worried about. We're just doing a too thick layer here just because we can. Pipeline just needs to be connected. Otherwise, we are looking really solid here. I guess we should try to do... Oh, wait. Yeah, we're still doing this. That's fine. Still adding water here. That's fine. 240. Lead line's getting worked on now, finally. Didn't get another eruption yet. Gas pressure is fine. It's looking pretty good. We still need to slowly add in more water this way. Alright, so we remove the bridge. We could remove the bottle drainer now because we're not going to need it. I am thinking of getting another tile here. Oh, it doesn't work because I need this tile. Oh, that sucks. I want to put the bottle emptier on the outside so we could build in the metal tiles, but I can't do that. I would have to use the bottle drainer with the bottle and then having it with the outlet pipe right here, but I can't with the freaking water all the way. God damn it. All right, we'll just leave it like this. It's fine. Reject all. Looking good. Looking good, boys. We're gonna put a layer of insulated tiles here. And then we're gonna do a liquid lock. Yeah. We're gonna put a second liquid lock right here. 2-stage setup. Just to be safe, man. You never know. Food is way too high. We haven't built these. Why? I guess we could just let them keep doing their thing then. Alright, so this cooling is fine. I'm gonna do something kind of insane here. We're gonna lower green duration to 100 seconds. 120. 140. Alright. We're gonna keep it like that. Should be fine. We still need a little bit of steel. So I basically want to just go through more of the magma. Adding water, doing that stuff. Let's do these. I still want a little bit more water on this layer. Trees are chilling. We have a lot of wood. I want to up the steam temperature. This is active. $200. It's there. 216. That's decent. We're gonna make this turbine work a little bit harder. These tiles are below 200 already. 199. Okay, so the 200 second is decent. We'll go back up 200. And then it's this AQ. It's not working too hard, which is why I'm thinking we should push it. Our 180. Because I'm thinking at this point we want to solidify the magma, right? If this isn't working harder, that means we could kind of push this a little bit hotter. We lose a little bit of power. I don't think I'm too worried about that, though. All right, bunch of hydrogen leaked out. Still working on the pipeline here, power line. Chilling at the brine. This got built. Let's go. And then the pipelines are done here. All right, so bop, bop. Let me get a bottle of water here. Let's watch this so we don't flood everything. We did build this out, so autosave lag. I don't want to dig across the map, right? All right, let's dig that out. We are going to start doing something here for the memes. Everything here is hot. We're moving it off the ledge, and we're moving it to here. Everything here is hot as well. Same thing. We're going to use this area as a starting point for cooling. We're going to start moving all the ice here, and everything's going to be on the metal tiles. And then we're just going to try to have the steam kind of get pushed out. Let's put another tile here so that the water is not really an issue. And then I'll probably... Yeah, we're going to move ice temp shift plates, probably. I am a little worried the steam's going to sneak in. We are at 20 kgs. This is solid. Okay, items inside. Gotta go. Still got a little bit of pipelines, well, power lines to build. 31 degrees, hot waters. We use warp cooling's working out pretty well. Outside of that, everything's chilling. I might want to clean up some of the gas. I am considering that. But we got nothing we could really do with it right now. Oh yeah, the power line. Alright, so this is done. We want to build this. Small opening here is fine. I guess we would want these. Okay. This is a weird setup in case we get a water spill. Put that on that side. No coppers. I think we're at a point where we don't need the coppers anymore. That's gonna be us moving the shipping line to here. A little bit of lag. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I could barely reach that. That's so sad. Hopefully we could build everything. Run this in through that. And then we just gotta build the bridge last. Alright, this is automatically going to move the copper out to the first colony where we're actually eating the copper. Sulfur should be getting consumed here, 194. Miserable sweet old babies. I am going to remove this tile so that uncramps them, or at least it should. Hey, there we go. Start eating the sulfur, boys. Sulfur sucrose. Let's go. Should be able to build on most of the rail there. So this is not going to be coal. We do the woods. This is now locked. Alright, so we're gonna do this weird setup. We're gonna start allowing the wood to just drop on the floor. And then we're gonna bop the Manodeus. And then these should no longer be a problem. Because we're not going to release wood here anymore. Nope. Looks like it's still doing a jank setup. Alright, we're going to bop the loaders here. I guess we'll keep that one just in case. We actually have CO2 now, so converting the water is possible. All right, so we're no longer siphoning out the water from the pump. And then all the water here is going to get converted. And hopefully, we're going to be fine. Dormancy for 40 cycles. It should be okay. Still building out some of the stuff there. Still sweeping here. We are at 300 kgs. Move out some more stuff. Pipeline alignment. Alright, plastic and all that good stuff. Nothing getting broken. Everything's pretty good. Construction. Let's get this complete. So we could start running it. Everything else is looking alright. Wow, we bopped the hatches and more spawns. God damn. Still moving some wood. We are running 2 megafrons now. Now that we have the other geyser connected, I'm thinking maybe we could start a 3rd megafront. Hey man, sometimes you gotta unload. Gotta unload on these fools. Unload. Nothing there is hot, should be fine. Build out the rest of this setup. Power seems to be fine. This is just extra CO2, I guess. This is nice. I was thinking about adding a 4th one. I don't know if that was worth. I was considering it though. Just do a drop lock setup, break back in. Move this up. So airflow would be here. And then 2 space gap. New airflow, new insulated. And try to use up the space right here. And then we would effectively get the better setup. The only problem with that is our pipeline doesn't keep up. On a different topic, I hate to see people struggling with their daily life and not delivering EA game updates. That's, yeah, that do be a thing sometimes, man. That's why it's like, it's so weird, man, that the indie gamers are now, I mean indie gamers, the indie developers are kind of having a boom now and not before when things were good. That's the one thing that it's like kind of weird. You would imagine that a company with money would be able to just be fine, unaffected, but then it's like they're the ones shutting down their games as well. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Like, I don't know, for whatever reason, I imagined that, like, we would have had our boom already of indie developers. Who knows, though, man? You can never predict the cycle of those things. But yeah, man, that does suck, man. You hate to see that kind of thing happen. You really do. All right, we're gonna lower this to 35 because I feel like we can. Gotta wait for the full release games. I'm not gonna lie, man. I get baited by the idea of games. Like, oh, they're gonna make a game about kitty cats. Like, oh, dude, hell yeah, we're gonna check that out. You know what I'm saying? I feel I get baited by the concept sometimes. I mean, it's not full price, but comparing games that have hundreds of hours worth of content with games that have 20 hours at the most for the same price. That's the thing. Price point. I feel like there's two types of developers. There's the developer that thinks about how much time they spent in a game, and then there's the developer that thinks about how much content the player will spend on their game. It's the difference between a company like City Skylines and Paradox, where they would be like, oh yeah, you gotta pay for the new update because they have to work on the DLC and you have to pay the devs. And it's like, wait, hold up. So you have an unfinished game on purpose, and then you wanted to keep paying you to release updates. And that's the scummy thing sometimes that you run into. And then there's the devs that properly price their game at the right point because they understand that you're gonna beat the game in X amount of hours. It's one of those things, man. You could argue that that's kind of like the difference in devs, and that you kind of have that in kind of almost any industry, but that's what it is, right? Dude, man, I feel like EA is kind of like social media, dude. I feel like having EA has given us more games that we should have had, because otherwise those games wouldn't have been done because they didn't get the funding. But at the same time, it opened up this, for lack of better words, like a whole new can of worms. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, there was the good and the bad with the EA. That's, anytime you hear good and bad, I think about that scene in South Park with Butters, where he's just crying to himself. Didn't so-and-so just break up with you? We're gonna go to the church and start doing things that emo kids do. And then they're like, Butters, you want to come along? And he's like, no, I'm good. He's like, yeah, but you're sad. Shouldn't you be hanging out with us? And he's like, no, man, I'm sad, but the sadness is what makes me feel alive. And he has that whole like speech about that. You gotta take the good and the bad. Yeah, there should be a line between very early EA and late stage EA, literally where one game has concepts, first area, versus a game that has most of the map working on late game. Yeah, there's a difference between development stage and balancing stage. I feel like that should be, they should add tags for that. Like what stage of the EA game it's at. And that's something that the developer or the guy that's, you know, coding the game, whatever, publisher, has to update. That would help us out with like seeing whether or not, you know, it's gonna be done soon, have a list of like a link to the roadmap. I feel like Ooh, that's gonna be tough to do. That's gonna be after loot boxes. Alazar. That has to be after loot boxes get pushed out. I feel like it's okay for the devs to kind of give an update, but they shouldn't expect anything from it. Like, from a point of view, it's good to know, but that shouldn't be an excuse. It's more so for the information value. The devs going through something. Like, that's fine. We get that. But it should never be, you know, like, because of this, you know, the Bernie meme. We need your support. You know, man, I am once again asking you for your cup of coffee. I mean, it's like at that point though, isn't that kind of treading on freedom of speech? And you gotta kind of push it onto the person that's buying to kind of be like, well, you should have known better. It's like, that's tough, man. Dude, Steam isn't Steam having legal problems right now with loot boxes? I was reading something like they're getting sued because of their loot boxes. Something about a claim they had, and then they actually then just turned around and released loot boxes, and people were angry. Dude, that's wild. That could be a thing. Put the money that you would make from early access in escrow. An account that no one touches. And it sits there until you get the full release. That way, it's like digital property waiting for it to be fulfilled. And then it gets released on fulfillment. Oh, it's a class act. Yeah, yeah. I read something about class action. I don't know the details of it though. Like, I don't even. Is that Team Fortress 2 that they were talking about? I don't know what they were talking about though. Yeah, the loot boxes. Like, I don't know which game they were referring to when they were talking about that. It wasn't just in general Steam, right? I think it is like a specific game that was a problem. You have to spend $2.50 for a key any Valve game. Oh. Oh, wait. Multiplayer. For loot box? Is that kind of like how Amazon makes you pay an extra $5 to buy a Twitch subscription? So it's like you buy it on PC, it's $5, but you buy it on Apple OS, it's $10? Is it kind of like that? Yo, my O2 has been struggling. So while playing the game, I get a loot box. I could open it or sell it. Oh yeah, CS skins. Yeah, I heard about that. Oh, they didn't use this. All right, man. We will want to dump that into the bottom. To open the loot box, you have to buy a key. Oh, wow. That's a model that I actually have done in a game that I play. That's kind of crazy. That exact model exists in Guild Wars. Hey, Kuba, 7 stream streak. Hello. Meow meow. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. Appreciate you for tuning in. They have that same exact model. You find loot boxes in the wild, but you can't open them without paying the cash shop for a key. The thing is that you can't sell the loot boxes for much because you find them everywhere. It's just that you can't open it without a key. So it's kind of like that, huh? It's kind of crazy. So how is that a problem? I guess, yeah, that's my question. How is that a problem? Like, what rule is that breaking? So Valve's been arguing that all the money is fake since you can't get them out. Yeah, you can't cash out. It's not real money. It's just currency. It's like Twitch points. Class action states opening boxes is like gambling, animation, addiction. And then you get prizes from it. Yeah, but there's no monetary value. Oh, you could sell and trade the boxes though. That's tough. You can very much argue that is a problem, 100%. Because there is some transaction with monies involved somewhere in the process. You know what the easy solution is? Make the items that you get from the box not tradable. That's easily the solution. That's all they got to do. You have to make it so that the goods you get from opening the boxes can't be traded. You could trade the box itself without opening it. Yeah, the issue is promoting the sense of gambling to underage kids. That's tough though. Like I get what they're arguing, but it's like, does that mean anything that's random generated is an issue? They allowed third-party traders via API. That's a problem. When there's a third-party market like that. Wait, isn't that kind of like WoW gold farmers? You have people... It's GG for Valve because the skin market is huge. That is true. Damn. It's either they upset one side or upset the other. Like, at the end of the day, it feels like they have to choose the lesser of two evils in a sense, where they lose in both options. Right? Because it's like you either have to pay out the class action lawsuit and or make the change to the system itself. Dude, that's tough, man. They're probably gonna have to do something where there's gonna be like a minimum age requirement, otherwise nothing's gonna be allowed, kind of a thing. What's going on, Cranky? Welcome in. That's tough, man. Yeah, man, I don't know how Valve's gonna win this one. I think they're kind of in bad shape. X3 damages. Oof. You know, I used to think Steam was the Costco of video games. I used to think that, man. Feels bad. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, do you anger the fan base or do you anger the people with the lawsuit? Well, anger, I don't know if it's the right word for it. That's tough though, in any case. That's why I'm thinking that's lose-lose, man. Yeah, man. Not that we're worried about Steam closing because they have money. I feel like they're too big to close at this point. It's really just kind of like what they're gonna do from like a PR standpoint. Like, they're gonna get fined and suffer some amount of monetary loss. Now, the thing is that how does that affect other video games? Because it's like, if Steam loses and is forced to pay out, doesn't that mean any other game company with a similar structure is gonna get bopped too? They will, right? Like, there's just that's just the way it is. They did defend against several cases before and updated the TOS. Terms of service updates, classic. Gotta do what they gotta do. Yeah, right? Like, not that you're rooting for Steam because of corporate greed, but it's like, this potentially becomes like a case study, right? Well, since Steam lost this, you're not really going to argue against the ruling, right? Kind of a thing. You really can't. It's like, Steam is the big shot of big shots. You could argue that, because they really are. How do you beat out Steam? You really can't. This area is 93 degrees. This area is hot. Alright, we have Mafic Rock. It's time to start doing a setup tamer here. Yeah, the legal stuff takes forever. Legal stuff takes forever, ever. Something to keep an eye on, though. Alright. Guys, I have to use the restroom really fast. I don't think anything's gonna go wrong, right? I just want to make sure we turned off the bottle emptiers here. How much water do we have here? 600. It's halfway there. Right, I'll be right back. Are we back? DJ Sticky Boots. As a brand new player, brand new, can you help me with how best to enter into a chlorine biome and then address the chlorine that's inside? Okay. So, Sticky Boots. I would imagine you have almost no tech and not much to your dupes. So you don't have the suits that you see them wearing right now. And I'm going to imagine you have no equipment. And I'm going to also argue you're in a situation where you kind of want to explore that area because you have no other real options of doing anything else. Man, I have no way of really showing this up. I guess this is the only bio that I could try to break in. I guess up here works too. So, no suits. Okay. Ventilation, gas pipes. I'm hitting the first few pockets of the abyssalite ring that aren't oxygen. Okay. Okay. And are you going inside with the idea of creating space to expand the build? Or are you going inside for a specific resource? Or are you trying to explore? Maybe there's a geyser inside that you want access to. Maybe you're just trying to find out the layout of the resources on the map. Like, what's the reasoning with going inside? There's a hydrogen geyser. Okay. I see. Oh, guys, 1 sec. I gotta grab something really fast. Red Wreath, or Red Neck, I see you over there. Ruby. Oh, my bad. I just have to grab something. Oh. Felt it in my lower back. Using my back muscles. I haven't. Had to carry some. Okay. So far, basic base. Entered all the oxygen pockets, but to get beyond the abyssalite ring that surrounds me, go through slime, hydrogen, chlorine. Okay. Are there any germs that you're worried about? If not, I mean, it's chlorine that kills germs. Okay, so yeah, slime is full of germs, right? Yeah. So does removing the germs matter to you? Because technically, in the grand scheme of things, there's no real, you don't need to, but you might want to. Where's a good example? Yeah, I don't want the stank lung. That's fair. Oh, perfect. Look at this. Pocket of chlorine. Do you have any of the DLCs? That determines your options. So, are you just base game? Do you have Spaced Out? Do you have the other DLCs too? Because you get access to new mechanics and resources. You have Spaced Out, okay. So Spaced Out introduces a mechanic called radiation. Radiation in and of itself naturally will vaporize germs. And radiation, for the most part, is very it's something that you'll eventually have to play around with for the research, but it's the best germ killing mechanic in the game. Nothing kills germs faster than that. There is a plant in the game that's really good called the wheezewort. This is it, the wheezewort. So this naturally emits radiation. I have it in my kitchen. Oh, you got hit by the ad. You get the full rotisserie chicken. I see you. We'll give him some time. $700, and we're getting there. So we could technically turn this on. I'm just waiting for this. How hot are the items here? 103. It's slowly getting warm. Let me get some... I don't think dropping ice down here is going to be a problem. Just get the ice temperature plates now. Start having the items chilled. This looks fine. And then we got the bottom that we're going to start working with. So I want to just start vacuuming out an area. Is what I'm thinking about doing so that we get this ready. The only thing is that I'm thinking it's better to do it from the bottom. Okay, so we know we have the drip. We could do this drip setup down below. Drips in, we do a condenser. Ugh. Had to sneeze. We do a condenser setup. Steam turbine, solid tiles. And then we do the room for the condensing. And then we do... It argues like that. So we do the normal 4-tile loop. Oh no, condensing, we don't need that much. We run the 3-tile setup like this, probably, with the metal tile base. Get the condense, items fall through. And then we sweep it down to the turbine area. 7 is pretty good. Get that turbine down, put a cooling box on the side. Yeah, that might be the play. Maybe getting this started is fair. And then how wide this is. We'll probably want a 15, so this is probably pretty good. Just to get the dupes building. And then I will want a drop lock setup for this. So it's going to be here. Double drop lock. That should be fair. And then moving stuff in and out. Yeah, that should be fine. Give the dupe something to work on. I guess we will want this to be obsidian for the item to not melt. Right. And we're gonna be waiting for the DJ Sticky Boots. You back, buddy? I know you was getting hit by the whole chicken. Getting hit by the 9-piece. He might be gone still. Yeah, we're melting ice right here, so it's not really a problem. We're taking the hot items and dumping them inside so they cool down. Dude, a lot of that's cooling, dude. It's pretty good. It's gonna take some time. Ideally, I kind of want the water to boil, and then it just gets vacuumed out. Got a lot of items to remove. Dude, ice temperature plates have always been top tier. Good strats. Ice temperature plates are the business, man. It is so good. I'm not even kidding. All right, this almost got dug out. All right, you back, DJ? DJ Sticky Boots, all good. All right, so the biggest thing about germs, this is to get started with germs first, is they lose to radiation. This is also a building that cools down, I mean the plant, the Weezewort cools down the area and it helps with cooling. Hey, Ghost Rider with the gifts up, the DJ. I stream Oni. This is my main game. I have thousands of hours in VODs on YouTube. So like playthroughs from the beginning when there was no DLCs. I've been playing since then. And I've been streaming it too. So it's like I might be the most consistent Oni streamer in the sense that I don't think anyone streamed this game longer than I have. Because some people do it on and off. I do it very regularly. Now, to answer the question, if you're worried about germs, the Weezewort is very likely going to be the best thing to kill germs. Anything in the radiation sphere, this green zone, is going to get zapped, so there's going to be no germs about it. You could even plant one of these next to the slime tiles that have the germs on the slime solid tiles itself, and it would slowly kill it off. So that would be the easy solution. My coworkers enjoy your voice. I play VODs at work, lol. Suggest you narrate the audiobook. Hey man, I wouldn't mind doing the audiobook stuff. I just don't know any books to read. I know some of these words. I see you, Cranky. Been around since before sliced bread. Hey man, I'm not that old, fam. Back in my day, yeast was natural. You had to go ferment some prunes and then get lucky. And then if you did, you know, you get fluffy bread. If not, you get flat bread. Be like that sometimes. All right, so Weezewort, right? That would be the cooling agent, slight cooling. The thing is that the seeds can't be created, right? In the sense that they don't give a harvest. So if you don't harvest it, you don't have a chance of getting a new seed. So you could only find these naturally or get it from the printing pod. I mean, seed duping, you could do it. We're not going to get into that since he's a new player. So we're just going to just leave it at that. So One of the things you could do is, if you have a hallway, right, you could put the wheeze ward in the hallway so that the germs can't come in via gas if you're worried about that. Now, if you're worried, you could always just put a liquid lock to prevent the gas exchange from happening, and that would also be the way to go in and out. So dupes walk 2 tiles. So if you give them 2 tile space, they could go through. And then the liquid lock prevents the gases from going through. You can see that we have hydrogen on one side and oxygen on one side. Pressure differences too. So you could put the liquid lock to go inside to keep it completely safe. The big thing is, though, is if you go into the other area and you bring the material through yourself. So you sweep the item and they bring it back in. You use it as a resource to build, and then they bring it back in because they have to source it from somewhere. That could be a way you get the germs inside, but it's not that bad. So fair warning, you don't really have to deal with germs. They're never deadly. If anything, they're all just annoyances. So that's going to be germs, how to really deal with that, with the radiation, how to kind of keep it separated. Liquid locks, right? Hopefully you know how to do one of these. This is the rough shape. Bottle emptier, select the liquid. Right? Pretty easy. Now, let's talk about the dangers of going into chlorine. Nothing in the game outright kills you. Nothing does. The only thing that your dupes could die is if they suffocate. So their condition here, you go to breath, goes down to 0. Calories, right here, goes down to 0. Health goes to 0. So you could only take health damage if you fight something, like a critter, or you freeze or get burned to death. So if you're in an extreme cold, I think it's minus 150 and lower, where oxygen starts to liquefy, your dupes start to take damage from frostbite. Same thing in magma. If it's above 69 degrees Celsius, they start burning. So a lot of times, those are the only real ways you take damage. Outside of that, those are the only ways your dupes die. How do I move liquid to a liquid lock? You have a building called a pitcher pump. This pitcher pump has roots. Where do I have it? Yeah, right here. Right, so you have a body of water. This roots has a max extension, but it also shrinks. If the roots are in water, you're going to be able to pitcher pump from the top. I have one right here. So the top right here is a platform that your dupes could walk on. They will use the building, and then it even says what liquids you have available. So this one has polluted water because the roots only touch polluted water. This one has salt water, polluted, and brine because it's touching all 3. So the roots dictate what you could actually move out. There's a thing though, auto bottle. Auto bottle allows you to use pitcher pumps. Otherwise, you're gonna have to mop up water on the floor, right? Low amounts, that's in grams, and then you'll be able to get bottles from mopping it up. So that's going to be the other option that your dupes are going to default to. Auto bottle allows you to use the pitcher pumps. That being said, chlorine, let's talk about that. Chlorine is kind of scary if combined with other aspects. Not because it's deadly, but because it slows down dupe movement and could make you suffocate. So, you know, by default, you can't breathe in chlorine. But if you're in chlorine, you get something called irritated eyes. That means the chlorine has gone into your eyes and your dupes get a debuff. The debuff makes your dupe move slower. It's a penalty to athletics. And that's a stacking debuff with other things that are a penalty. If you use a liquid lock, you're almost always going to get something that's going to slow you down, like chilly surroundings. And the liquid lock is going to already slow you down. Stack on top of that the irritated eyes, you get slowed down even more. So the only thing that's really gonna be a problem. Chlorine overheated, killed my first base at cycle 21 or so. Yeah, that's not a thing. That's not the chlorine. Chlorine in and of itself is very low heat capacity, meaning that the numeric value in heat that it holds is very low. So comparatively, oxygen has a value of 1.0. Chlorine has a value of 0.48. That means your chlorine has to be double the oxygen in either temperature or mass to heat it up equally. So yeah, hopefully that makes sense. Basically, it's gonna have to have a larger amount or be a lot hotter to either heat up or, you know, equalize with the water. So for the most part, that shouldn't be an issue of the chlorine causing the problem. It's something else. That being said, the biggest problem, if it is a heat issue, is you're running a generator. Because at cycle 21, I don't think you have access to anything you could really do to kind of bop yourself outside of a geyser. Even then, around 21 is when you would get granite digging and explore around the small wheel. Yeah, but cycle 21, none of that should matter. Abyssalite cracks, hot geysers. It's too little of time for heat to generate and spread. So I'm thinking the heat was generated internally. Like you immediately teched up to a generator. The generator is consistently generating heat and you're not dealing with it because you don't know how. And then that itself is the problem. You are your own worst enemy. Right? Like that's the only way, because I can't imagine there. Maybe you got a map with a volcano. But if you're playing spaced out, you can't get a volcano on Terrania start. That's another thing. You can't do that because it's not a rollable geyser. So let's get back on topic. The heat. The heat cannot bop your base directly, in a sense that if you have hot chlorine coming into your area, your oxygen should win out. Because oxygen has double the stats. You would need double the amount of mass in order to really heat up the oxygen to a point where it's at the temperature of the chlorine. That being said, the hottest it really gets on the chlorine is about 60 on the chlorine biome. 60 Celsius. Everything I'm saying is in Celsius, by the way. So I don't think that would have been the problem. All right, it wasn't heat issue. Yeah, there's no death screen in this game. You reset because something happened and you didn't like it. That's normally how the run ends in this game in general. Not so much that's like, oh no, that's you. No, it's just how every run ends. You decide to restart. Sounds like not enough O2 generation. Yeah, so I will say one thing in this game is that it's very hard for a new player to actually understand what's going on. Because everything here is very different from a lot of games. Like, not a lot of games do the game similar to how Oni does it. And as a result, it's hard to really understand what's going on. There's a lot of nuance to this game as well. So let's get back to the beginning. Let's just say that you want to keep the chlorine out, and that's fine. You got the tool for that. You do the liquid lock, you do the pitcher pump. You normally want to dig towards your first body of clean water. Unless you have a swamp start, you almost always have a body of normal water, the blue stuff. And then that's normally going to be cool enough that it's going to be able to kind of keep the temperature of everything around you the same, right? That's very normal if that, you know, is the setup you have. And then that's going to be how you would get the water to liquid lock. In the beginning, your water is probably going to be around 20, 22 degrees, and it's going to warm up to the map because the map is usually going to be warmer. And then you're going to want to liquid lock the starting area from the warm area. The water is going to take a little bit of time to warm up, and then you'll have an entrance. Now, that being said, that will be how you go in and out to the chlorine. I would leave the chlorine on the floor and not do anything with it, because you're not going to be consuming the bleach stone anyway. And then you're really trying to get to the geyser. Hydrogen geyser. Hydrogen geyser I would not recommend, because it's you can't really do anything with it. Bleach stone, you can chuck that into your water source to keep it from getting polluted. No. Cleaning germs. So the problem is that hydrogen geysers always come out at 500 Celsius. You have nothing that withstands that. Your pumps with the highest material in the somewhat early stages of the game is going to be 275. So until you get the steam turbine that's going to be able to sap away a lot of the heat and temperature, you're not going to be able to interact with it. It's just too hot. I see over there Slight Quills, welcome in. System designs game, colony management. I don't agree with people saying it's like Rimworld when it's more common with factorial satisfactory. I would say it's in between of the two, to be honest. I wouldn't say it's more like Factorial than Rimworld. I would say, though, it's like a good 50-50. Hydrogen geyser late game, steam generator good to know. Yeah. So the geyser itself, while it is going to be generating hot stuff, if you keep it from expanding, it will eventually pressurize. There is a max pressure on the geysers typically, so if you just don't deal with it and let it fill up, it will normally self-pressurize and you deal with it later. However, the initial amount of spawning will become like a heat source, so you might want to limit how much space they have. So you could break in, so it's like in this case, the hydrogen geysers here, I could break into the room and seal it up here so it's a smaller footprint, and then it pressurizes faster, right? That's what I'm saying. That way it's gonna spawn the gas, reach an overpressure point, and stop spawning. The biggest problem you would probably have is gonna be this geyser. The cool steam vent. This is the bane of every new player existence. The problem is that at the normal temperature that your dupes are going to be at, the steam condenses into water, and then the water is really hard to cool down. It's cool because it wears sunglasses. They call it the Fawn's. Hey! And it's just hanging out, man. But you know he's hot. It'd be like that sometimes. So for the most part, I'm not sure what problem you're really running into, but to answer the question of breaking into the biome, liquid lock, you don't have to tap into the area what the geyser is at. You can let it over pressurize. Clicking on the geyser itself, you can see the temperature gets released at. Make sure you check out this value because you're going to have to make sure that your buildings are able to withstand it, so overheat temperature. Normally, that's going to be at 75, but I have access to something called steel. Steel gives you an inherent 200 degrees overheat pressure or temperature. So that could be a way of gauging whether or not you should interact with it now. Outside of that, in the early game, you should be focused on a couple things. Pro tip, resource tab, hit see all, search, look up algae, hit this box. It is now going to show up on this list and you get an idea of how much you have. This number is not what's on the map, because if it's not dug out, it's not associated here yet. This is only the number of resource within dupe range, meaning that if I lock all my doors from my trees here, my amount of wood goes down because they're no longer able to pick up the wood. So this is a way to give you an idea of how much time you have before you have to make a proper oxygen system. In the beginning, you want to get algae so you could run a diffuser or whatever resource you have. You know, sometimes it's peter, sometimes it's rust, but oxygen diffuser algae. Get the oxygen, and then you're going to naturally overpressure at 1800 per tile. If you hover over the oxygens right here, you can see there's a value. Mine's 1940 grams. The building itself, the oxygen diffuser, overpressurizes at 1800. So it's going to naturally maintain that. If your value is low, what you want to do is spread out the diffuser. Build a new one instead of pumping to it. One of the early game traps is, I'm gonna build a room with oxygen diffusers and then we're gonna pump said gas out. That is what's called a new player trap. That's never something good because that forces you to get to power. Power in the early stages of the game is not something you could sustain because it warms up your base quickly. You're gonna have to both deal with the batteries, with both the heat generation from the battery, and it's always going to be generating heat because it holds power. There's heat leak, power leak, heat leak, and then the generators themselves generate a byproduct, CO2, and a lot of heat itself. You never want generators until you get something called the smart battery. So until you get to this tech and the material needed for it, you don't really want power generators outside of the manual wheel. There are situations where running like a coal gen is fine, but for a new player, I would straight up say, don't do it. Just wait till you get a smart battery. There is the idea that, wait, but they have a natural battery built in. Don't listen to those people. They don't understand how that really works because you're still burning and creating excess amounts of stuff. I don't think it's worth it. I would only recommend using the batteries if you are doing something specific that requires it, and or have a good grasp of how to really manage this. Because if you don't know how much CO2 this generates, how much heat it generates, it's going to easily just create a problem for the new player that you don't know where it's coming from. You're going to get a cloud of CO2. Dupes can't breathe, the food's down there, you can't grab the food, and then it's like everyone starves. So there's a lot of problems with that. Yep, 6.4, baby. It's pressurized. We got the big pressure over here. I see you, Dark Rack. Welcome in. But yeah, you want to do that, and then you want to get food started. Those are going to be the first things you want to do as a new player. Get the oxygen built, because if you don't get that, you suffocate. And then food is second on the list because your dupes have calories. They hold 4,020 is the maximum amount they will eat, and they will go through 1,000 calories a cycle. Your dupe will normally hover around the 3,000 range, right? You go to vitals here, you actually get a value, and that's because they could only hold 4,000 max. So you get 3 days on normal difficulty versus suffocating is if you run out, you're suffocating within like seconds. Outhouse, that's fair. I mean, they're not gonna die from peeing on the floor. But yeah, you do want to get outhouse. That's like the first thing you do get because no one wants to pee on the floor and walk on walk on the pea water. Is this too much water yet? 870. Okay, cool. And then after you get the food, what you want to do is you want to tech up the farming and then find a plant that you could grow. Normally in the starter biome, you're going to have a plant that's naturally growing there. Most cases, it's mealwood. Just want to make sure you could fertilize that plant. Go into the database right here. Plants. Let's say you have mealwood. You get to see like, oh, you're going to need this temperature range. You're going to need dirt. And then that way you'll be able to, you know, make an get an idea of if you could grow it or not. Go into the tab. Okay, I need dirt. Look it up. Check box it so it shows up on the list. And then you get an idea of how much food you could grow. And then get the food started. From there, you're probably going to want to be researching the entire time and growing food, generating oxygen, and then exploring. The exploration aspect is simple. If you're going into a new biome and the breathability is very low, what you want to do is liquid lock. Not because you want to prevent the bad gas from coming in, but you want to stop your breathability from spreading out. Each tile you dig, this is a big thing, you expand the space of the gas having to equalize. So if you dig all this amount of gas thins out, making it harder for your dupes to breathe because the air bubble packets are smaller, right? Now that's in theory. That's only when it goes below a certain amount that your dupes have problem breathing. But like, you get the idea. By digging out a lot of tiles, not using liquid locks, your gases are roaming freely, making it harder for you to fill up the space. It's the idea that filling up a small room versus filling up the entire map with an oxygen diffuser. Even though it's generating 500 grams per second, if it's so much space it has to fill up, the amount of the value going up is very low. And then you're not able to really keep up with the dupe's breathing, right? So keep that in mind that you might want to do something like this. I would do this early on in my career of playing. You don't notice it, but this is a box. What that means is I only have to generate oxygen inside my box, right here. Everything outside doesn't matter. So that means I don't have to work as hard to fill up my box. And then if you get suits, you fill up the suits, you get to leave safely. And then you'll have clouds like this, 6.4 kgs of carbon dioxide per tile, and it's not a problem. Because you got your safety box and you got your suits. So until you get suits, which is something that you should try to get as soon as you can, you're going to want to probably limit the amount of oxygen you have to generate. That being said, stopgap for suits is the O2 mask that you could build right here. Oxygen mask. You could build that at the crafting station right here. And then the crafting station gives you an early setup. The suits give you a layer of armor that protect you from temperature. The oxygen mask does not. I would skip this anytime I can. But you make the mask, you make the dock, right? The docks have a oxygen intake, right? So you have to pipe in oxygen, which means you gotta, you know, power pump, feed it in, and then charge it with a checkpoint so the dupes know when to turn it, take it off and put it on. Now that's only if you really need to. I would avoid it if you can, but you know, sometimes push comes to shove. I have to do it sometimes myself. And then your goal is going to be finding a water source. That is always going to be how you want to do it. Find water. Why? Water is life. The cooler the temperature of the water, usually the better. So the best thing to find is a cool slush type. Cool slush is -10 Celsius, so that you could start chilling part of the map that you're generating heat at. Some things in the game just naturally generates heat, like my transformers here are all generating heat to the point where I have to add a cooling line. This metal refinery, if it was active, would generate a decent amount of heat that I have to melt ice here. In my case, I'm using the cool slush right here to chill my oxygen generators. So I'm using the electrolyzer. Now, why do you want water? This building. The electrolyzer is going to be what you're going to want to build around, play around, because it converts water into oxygen. And we, the players, have figured out a way to do a closed loop system, meaning that the power right here is internally being produced and generated and then consumed internally as well. This is a closed loop, that's what they call it, right? There's no outside interaction, there's no inside, you know, everything is happening within the build. This generates both the oxygen we breathe and we pump it out, and then the hydrogen is at the bottom that we use to power the jets. So this is normally what you want to build. Like what the people said earlier, I think his name was Slight Quills. This is kind of like where the factorial part comes in. You're building kind of like your infrastructure to provide a certain thing. In factorial, you would be building a mall, right? So you have your parts and pieces to build, you know, War Factory. This game, you're doing it for oxygen because you need to breathe. So you would want to build some sort of system. The efficiency doesn't matter. What I mean by that is if you go to electrolyzer, go to properties, you have a value here. That doesn't matter early on because you need to just survive, right? In the beginning of the game, unless you're like a veteran like I am, the min-maxing you could ignore. It's not really anything you really need to pay attention to. It's only something for the more advanced players to shave off time, right? Grand scheme of things, you could literally just do this. Put one of these here, run the airflow below, and put it in a box. Right? Like you could literally do this. 2 liquid locks. You have a pump up top for oxygen, hydrogen, you have a pump down below for oxygen. Right? Like this works if you just run the filters on it. Right? At this point, you could get more advanced. You could run an automation for gas pressure plus element type, right? Pressure and then element type. You run that on an AND gate with the logic, right? You can start getting kind of fancy with it. You could run a mechanical filter, which is going to be this design, where you have a looping line and then you filter out CO2. So that it all gets clean on the line, you know, all the gases when it be combined. You could run a proper filter, which is what you can just build here. You could run a shut-off filter, which is what I have here, where you detect the temperature before you pull it out. It's only when it's above a certain temperature that the liquid gets pulled out. And then at that point, it's really up to you how you want to kind of design. But beginning, you just got to survive. So the problems you will run into, you could see on the tooltips. If you didn't know, hover over oxygen, you could see that the problem with this and why I recommend cold water is it spawns oxygen at 70 Celsius. Believe the tooltips, not what you're experiencing and seeing. Because the big thing people don't understand is you're only generating 888 grams per second, which might not seem like a lot, but in a base that's already filled with gas, it's not a lot. So you're adding in 70-degree oxygen that's hot, but the entire base, like tons of oxygen, is already cool. And then what ends up happening is that the temperature barely goes up. It goes from 30 to 32, and then 32 to 33, 33 to 34. Slowly, cycle by cycle, it creeps up until it gets to 70, but it's going to take time to get there. So a lot of people don't realize that and don't think they need to cool down the building. But that's just, you know, putting that out there. So that would be, for a new player, what you want to get done. You want to get the oxygen started, you want to be growing food, and then you want to find a water geyser. If you're playing spaced out, with the spaced out start, you're guaranteed one of these. If you're doing the classic size start, you're going to actually have to explore and search around. Because you're going to be getting a map size this big. And since you're not going to be guaranteed any geysers, the big thing you're going to be doing is exploring the map to see where the geysers are and what type of geyser it is. I can't show you this because I've dug out all my geysers. But if you need help with finding out what type of geyser it is, I dug everything out, so I can't show you. Feels bad, man. So normally a geyser is covered with rocks. You could actually dig out all of the ones except for this one, but you could argue you could just literally leave the middle 4, right? Just to make it easier for you to understand. If you just leave the middle 4, it's really just this specific tile. That if you dig everything except that tile, so it's like the 4x4, you bop that one. So you dig everything else except this tile, which would be right here. That tile right here stops the geyser from erupting across every geyser in the game. So you could do that so that you could see what type of geyser it is before you actually let it rock. Some geysers spawn open without any rocks like this. So that could be something that you might want to, you know, make sure. Like if it's a volcano, you might not want to open that till later. You get to see the temperature, the resource it produces, how often, until you scan it and you get a better idea. But that could be a way to find out. There's another way too, but I can't really show it to you because I don't have any covered geysers to really use in as example. So it's a little bit unfortunate, but that would be what you want to do. After you get water, you should have enough food to last for a while. And what I mean is that they typically give you a lot of resource to grow the food that you would have to grow on the planet for long-term survival. And that's the point where I'm just going to drop you off. Get started with what I said. If you could do that and do it well, you should be almost always get to the stage of the game where you're going to be designing your first oxygen system. If you could do that, you're going to be teching up to get into refined metals like steel. And then you'll start working with things like plastic and oil. Once you get plastic and oil, you'll likely want to start dabbling with space research. You're probably already going to be messing around with the rad bolt generation stuff, which is the radiation harvesting. And then later on, you're going to have to start launching rockets to do some of the data bank mining. That's going to be a little bit, you know, take your time, go at your own pace. Some people literally skip that part of the game because they don't want to do it. But hopefully that helps. People do hydrogen on top, that's normal. TJ, welcome in. Nice to you. In my pre-submerged design, I mostly put H2 pump, a little hole at the top. Yeah, some people do that. Electrolyzer, liquid line, that could work. Eat, breathe, dig, and then it's the other stuff. Yep. Well, breathing first. The eating part, you get a little bit of time. I'd recommend putting early game electrolytes directly at the top of large water pools for players. The heat exchange, the water comes out. That works. You got a sour gas boiler? I do not. We did not need one. We have 12 volcanoes, so we're harvesting igneous for power, and we're depositing it in the battery module, so we don't need it. I don't have one on this planet. I probably should have, though. That would be an easy way to deal with water. DJ Sticky Boots, let me know if you have any questions. Otherwise, I assume you got it or you're already gone because I'm just ranting about the game. There's people in chat that think otherwise, some other ideas. I'm not going to address that. And yeah, it should be good. That's just how I would play the game. So for my advice, that would be it. If there's anything else specific you have questions out, ask away. Otherwise, good luck, man. What does the graph look like for 2.4? Dude. Which graphs are we looking at? Average power produced 22,000 a cycle. Calorie generation was all-time high on this day. 100,000 calories. Goddamn. Average power wasted. Hey man, we don't want to talk about this. Oxygen consumed. Yeah, we're steadied up. Duplicates, pretty steady. Time travel is pretty bad. It's never gone down. It's only gone up. Work time, it's only gone up. Rocket missions, 0. And then do the critters. The wild babies go down. The domesticated ones. There was a day I had 800 critters, huh? 894, Jesus. That must have been one of the more laggier days. Welcome in, Prophet. I see you over there. Alright, I gotta get some oil here. But yeah, that was a quick run through of the game. Hopefully that helps. People of chat, if you guys have questions too, feel free to ask. I'd be happy to help. As you guys could probably tell, I play this game a lot. Have a lot of hours. So it's like a lot of information. That being said, how I do things is not the only way to do things. Other people do things a different way. I do mine's my way, given how I've played and experienced things in the game. And I do have over 5,000 hours on this game. Maybe what I'm doing is the best. Maybe it's not. Doesn't really matter, though, when it comes down to it. Gotta build them an awning. Dude, we're gonna build... Dude, we're gonna do it today. I need to figure out exactly where, though. Alright, we'll let them keep adding in the space resource because we kind of want to do that. Let's run these items there. We're going to be moving out, sweeping. We're still doing the bottle emptier stuff. This doesn't need to be on. This seems to be fine. 98.4 as expected. Everything should be good. All right, so we're going to be starting to get this set up. This planet... We could start moving out the chlorine. Water's getting converted. We have 28 cycles. I think we have enough time. I see we level. Okay. Is the pipeline on this side ready to take the chlorine? Okay, so it's this beacon. We run this line. Oh, dude. Chill, 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 chill. Run that here, run that down. Chlorine, chlorine. And that comes from the chlorine gas vent there. Yeah, that works. Here, here, here. I'm thinking about making a rust boiler. Having anything at like 1500 T is kind of scary, but probably takes forever. I mean... Man. You could do it. If you really need the iron, I suppose. Or don't have the salt. And then you get iron from the rust. Yeah, rust melter. I feel like it shouldn't be too bad, but the problem is that you kind of want to have the magma heat. If you don't have this, it's kind of tough to actually get something that hot. That's the thing with that, right? It's gonna be kind of tough. Rust is what? 15, yeah, 1534. Oh, wait. Iron gas is at 27. You kind of need something hot, man. Oh, he wants to boil rust. And the problem with boiling rust is that he has hit 1500 degrees, so it's like you hopefully has like a heat source. Meta refinery, yeah, it's pretty good. Can you boil air? No. Air is already a gas. You can't boil gas. Gas, yeah, technically gases are all gases are already boiled in that technicality. I could probably visit the Iron Volcano planet with some effort though. Yeah, it'd probably be better, honestly. But you're not really gonna do that. Can you boil ice cream? Yep. You can. I believe they call that Pokemon, what's that Pokemon called? I don't know the name of that Pokemon. It's the ice cream one. That looks super badly designed. God damn it. Can you boil? Sometimes. Because technically the boil is already boiling, so it's like, yeah. Vanilla Ice. Yes, there we go. The worst Pokemon of all time. Most smelters don't use rust oxide. Nope. I think we level is just saying that just use a rusty oxidizer. It's a lot better in the sense that you just set it up and you get oxygen. And then, you know, you deal with the chlorine. Vanilla Ice. They made him into a Pokemon, boys. I did not think that day would come. Can you mix liquids in a meta refinery? You can, but they don't work that way. I would advise not doing that because the game is not coded properly to handle that. So the meta refinery has a problem. The meta refinery has to go through 400 kilograms of a liquid. But the problem is that if you mix liquids, it will go through a combo of the two mixed liquids, but it would only dump the heat on one of them. So if you have 50 kilograms of water and 350 kilograms of polluted water, there's a chance that it dumps all the heat from the smelting process on just the water, which means that your polluted water doesn't change, but your regular water superheats to like 200 degrees. And then that breaks your pipes. So a lot of times I would recommend to not have mixed liquids in here because that can happen. Of course, vice versa can also happen. They could dump all the heat on the polluted water instead, and the water comes out at the same temperature. But that's the thing you have to watch out for mixing liquids. The building does not equally distribute the heat, so that's a problem. My Blum Blum facilities making crazy amounts of algae. O2 production is kind of crazy. Yep. It would be not that bad, man. Blum Blums are pretty good, not gonna lie. I feel like they kind of look not that good, though. Oh, never mind. I'm thinking of the Gassy Moo. These guys are cool. You know what this guy reminds me of? You guys see on Reddit, there's the comics. There's the crocodile guy. It's him and his son. They're both like alligators. That's what this guy kind of reminds me of. I don't know the name of that comic. It's like, is that Jack Hanna? It's like they have animals in the comic, and it's like it's the dad and the son that's crocodiles. There's other characters too. But it's like this guy's smile reminds me of the son. Damn. Valve knows, man. They believe in themselves. The I'm gonna stick my thumb up this old guy. I don't know about that. It's the one where they have like a gerbil with sisters, and then one of them is crazy-eyed. I think they had a comic today that was like, what? There was a comic that was, I think I remember, it was pretty funny. It was like, what? Your grandma called you fat? She has failed you. I will be your grandma now. And they're the same age, you know? It's so weird. I don't remember the name, dude. Oh, I didn't see that. I got a joke for you. What did the car say to the other car when it cut him off? What did it say? I don't know. Beep. What? I'm so confused. I don't get it. I thought it was going to be like, you know, what is Bruce Lee's favorite beverage? Water. You know what I'm saying? I don't get the beep from the car one. It's like, it's too literal. Like, yeah, that's kind of expected. Like, I don't get, like, is there a pun? Am I fishing for a pun that's not there? $78 degrees. This is not bad. Wait for this to heat up. We have to build this one at a time, because otherwise we can't build the other ones. I see you over there though, Pika. Alright. So we are doing alright. We're gonna seal this up and then get it running. We could get it running now. We will use the 5. I might want to lower the value here. I still want to sweep out everything though before we do the next step. So I guess we're waiting to build this out. The chlorine line looks good. So I think we're going to connect it now. Oh, no power. I never added this. Is there a line here? That's a lot. 300. 19. Oh, 1440. I probably do use that then. 1440. Run the line. Run the line. Let's go. Yeah, I have 1 jawbo, 2 jawbos right now. Don't know what to do with it. Russ, I'm already making too much food. Oh, yeah. Can you feed the jawbo fillet to the Rexes? Do they eat that? Wow, they don't eat it. Wow, they don't eat seafood. That sucks. Just like me, dude. They don't eat fish. Yo, man. It's a critter designed like me. Can we talk about how Clay has abandoned the nuclear part of the database? Uranium has no links to nuclear waste, and there is a downright negligent amount of life or info on the reactor. Honestly, I feel like I see what you're saying. I feel like that's kind of because they stopped developing Spaced Out. Technically, you could argue Spaced Out is what brought in the radiation aspect and the nuclear research reactor aspect. And I feel like that was an issue, not an issue, but it happened because the DLC is no longer being developed. And I feel like that's kind of why we needed the spaced out format to give things time to develop. Because a lot of things that are added to the game are basically just that. It's things that are, for lack of better words, kind of standalone. Right? Cool ideas, nothing really fleshed out. And I will say that, yeah, there is, like, what you're saying isn't wrong, but I just don't think it's gonna change. Like, at this point, I think it's like what we got is what we got. Like, it really do be like that sometimes, Ball. I hate to see it. Have a seafood dinner. I see food, I have it for dinner. I see a pika. I'd be a little picky though. I had a Saturn critter trap, feed on pips. That was fun. Feels bad. I'm still planning to ranch Rexes and Dartles in the same room, but as usual, haven't decided where to put the Aqua Tuner yet. Classic. I watched a streamer complain about the nuclear database. Wait, what? What's wrong with it? Is it the radiation? I mean, I will be completely honest with this. Batteries have made this easier to kind of deal with the rad bullets. I just feel like people don't have, like, they don't make that connection to do that. Also, this is really power hungry, I will say. Oh, it's lack of info. Yeah. Yeah. Gotta watch the guides, man. And that's where I gotta start plugging in my YouTube videos. Guys, check it out. Exclamation point YouTube. Gotta do the content creator things. I'm over here teaching you guys how to use the Rad Bull gens. Makes for entertaining content for the new players to kind of look at it and check it out. That is true. I'm picky too with food, yo man. I just don't do seafood. And mushrooms. No mushrooms, man. I can't be doing mushrooms. Place it, add water, hope it doesn't explode, good luck. It doesn't have the nice input-output updates that the database got. Ah. The only thing it says is literally a couple lines. Uses enrich uranium to reduce radiation rabo production. Generates massive amount of heat. Overheating will result in explosive meltdown. Generators or reflectors make good radiation usable by other buildings. Where's the research reactor tutorial on the YouTubes? I was gonna do it. I stopped making the video. I had like half of it done and I gave up. Not because it was difficult, but because I kind of hit like a block and I was kind of like, this shit ain't worth it. And I was kind of mad. Now that I think back to it, I think that I should have probably finished that video. But I don't have the clips or the script anymore. I think it's all old PC. I kind of wish they had more food recipes. I get to the Dino endgame, I'm like, oh, I want +40 to surf over pepper bread. Berry sludge, reign supreme. Yeah, that's because they didn't want the game to become Don't Starve. They started noticing that some people were complaining that it's like, dude, we have so much food, but none of it matters. And it got to a thing where it was like, none of this adds anything to the game. It's cool to have variety, but we already have that as well. And it's like, yeah, it'd be cool if they had more food options, but it's not a big deal, realistically. Do you have a design? It's your normal. It looks like this. You got your design like that. Right? So this is steam turbines. separate steam room, turbines, separate steam room. The trick is, yeah, it's a standard design. No fault. I do have one. It's just never worth it to build it because I need to go get viscal gel. That's the only thing. It's like if I don't have viscal gel, it doesn't work. So it's like I just leave it alone. Do the standard stuff. Sometimes in which all problems could be solved by the steam turbines, but most high temperature materials are late game. So crucibles or melting materials and other stuff is just unnecessary. It's a secret setup, man. Secret setup. Nobody needs to know. Not like it's any type of tech. Do a high temperature variant. Dude, dude, you could do that. I'm just scared because it's like you gotta have a non-laggy game. Make sure you don't skip any automation ticks. You skip the wrong tick and you don't add in the water, you get an explosion. You can do it though. I've seen someone try. And that's the thing. It's like there's exactly one reason why I just want to say it. Secret strat, man. Secret strat. The thing is that arguably, if you have a pool of cold supercoolant, you could tackle any amount of heat. Technically, but not always. Because it's like, if you just have enough supercoolant in a pool and temperature plates, no matter what you drop in, if it doesn't make it spill, it should be fine. What's going on, Sailor Mom? I feel like power output of nuclear isn't worth it. I feel like nuclear was something they did not expect to actually become. Like, it feels like it was abandoned, realistically. I don't actually know if it was, but it does kind of feel that way. Like, maybe the FBI was like, you guys getting too lost in the sauce. You know what I'm saying? They're like, yo, man, you can't be doing all this nuclear stuff in the game. Guys ever hear that story? Some kid was trying to recreate like a nuclear reactor or something for the science fair, and then the FBI called him. They're like, yo, man, this shit is too accurate. What are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm just doing science, baby. And then they had to confiscate his project. I feel like maybe have something like that happen, man, and then, you know, they can't talk about it. Once you get to the bees and then the carnivore plant, so much overpowered it is. Hey, man, you never know, man. You never know. Maybe that didn't happen. Maybe it did. But for the most part, it does feel like it's been like an abandoned concept in that regard. Did we remove... Oh, I never plugged in the power. How many players actually use the research reactor, though? That's the thing. I don't think a lot of people do. I would feel like it's a combination of lack of information, because it says meltdown, and it's like, oh no, it's bad times. And then at the same time, you have not, yeah, Dark Raptor is a good point. There's nothing in the game that really forces you to use it. It's always something that's kind of like extra to do. Not that you need to have a reason to use things, but if you don't, what's the point of making it, right? Like, there's no benefit to making it. The achievement for running the reactor is only 1%. No way. Really? Alright, how many people have survived 100 cycles? I feel like that's a good way to kind of compare. Because it's like, if you have 10% survive 100 cycles, it's like, okay, a lot of people just never played the game then. Right? Because you have to survive 100 cycles. And with how big and hot it is, how are you supposed to not use for interplanetary launchers? How are you supposed to use for interplanetary launchers? Yeah. 22 for turn of the century. Oh shit, so this is where all my tiles went. When I lagged earlier. Holy crap. Good thing we didn't build those. God damn. Carnivores 10%? That's impressive. So the people that play the game are gamers. But the people that don't, you know, they be struggling, I guess. The only run I've done that wasn't 100 cycle plus was my very first. Hey man, I struggled for a week to get to past cycle 100. But that was because I kept wanting perfection. I was chasing it. No one peeves the tank. You know, and then I get to learn plumbing because they keep peeing the tank. Classic stuff. All right, chlorine's coming in. Let's go. Normally 60-70 people at least attempt the game. Yeah, but if it's only 20% turn of the century, a lot of the people that have it either just don't like it or gave up on it, right? Oh, so you're saying of that percentage. Yo, man. That's because they never met me, dude. I would have set them up for success. I see you, Sailor Mom. My first run was a disaster, but I was hooked enough to go look at YouTube videos and stuck for Oni Rabbit Hole for like 3 hours. Dude, Oni was great. When I first started playing this game, I was looking for a colony management game. Because I was giving up on RimWorld. I couldn't play RimWorld because the RNG was too much, man. I think at the time I lost my run. It was like a max difficulty Cassandra run to a mech drop pod ambush. And like 2 of my dudes were sleeping in the rooms and they landed right in the rooms and surrounded them. So even though I paused the game and I'm trying to look for the best decision, they were surrounded by scythers. Unpause, you know, gets decapitated. And I was like, I'm done with this game. I gave up on RimWorld. I never played it again. And then we got Oni. And Oni was a great time, dude. It basically scratched all the itches that I had for RimWorld, except it took out all the stupid RNG that I was mad at. Like, literally. More people got to the tear than setting up the reactor. You could argue that some people got to the tear, beat the game, and then never got spaced out. That could be a thing too. In my first run, dupes kept peeing on the floor, and my base was a mess. I quit reworking it. That was me. That was me for the first week, man. I didn't want to learn about plumbing. I wanted to just get the outhouse priority set up, and they just kept peeing on the floor. And then I forget that I need to have a tidier, and then I would have to reset again. Because like, what's the point of priority 9 tidying if no one's prioritized to tidy? Oh shit! We got the purple stuff. We got the random coral mort inside the kitchen. So we have floating lights that are just hanging out. We randomly got the coral bug. Random egg chance. Let's go. Sunbug, coral bug. These are non-normal. These are the evolutions. That's kind of nice. Did you play Dwarf Fortress? I've never played it. My first game run was pre-beta. Germs were a nightmare. No access out of the asteroid. It was bare bone. Oh yeah. Base game, beta. I heard that stuff was rough. I tried really hard to make Blossoms work. Oof. From cool Steam event. Oof. Cooling down water is a travesty in this game. Shine bug gambling. Dude, the shine bugs, they evolve up and down, but they're like, the egg chance is pretty even. So it becomes a thing where it's like, you don't need to really work for it, you just get the morphs. Sometimes, you know, you just get lucky. Oh man, it dings when a new mort is made and then it kills out the old ones. Feels bad, dude. Feels bad. The shine bugs deserve to live. All right, just to double check. We have 22 cycles. Most of the water here is ready. I want to say this side is solved. Chlorine is being sent back to the first planet. Power is maintained by the coal gens and wood burners. Almost all this emptied out. This I think can empty out. The copper is going to be sent to the first planet, so we don't have to worry about it anymore. The natty gas is getting burned off. This water is getting all consumed. This planet is complete. Sulfur. Oh, it's sulfur. We got to do some math for that. All right, we're going to have to bop this line. The copper will be pulling through. We got to kill the shine bug. That's fair. Huge automation job. Just change the filters. They will slowly die off. Yeah, the water is good. The pea water, if we're getting water from anywhere, will be fine. Oh, I see. Someone's finally used the emote. Okay, so let's do a little bit of math here. This is perpetual 1.67. 1.678, rounded down. So we're gonna get a little bit more. That's per second, right? So 600 seconds. I get 1,006 kilograms per day, perpetually. So we basically need to feed Sweetles. These guys eat 20 per cycle. 1, 2, 3. That is how many? 8 times 3 times 20. 24 times 20. That's 480. So we eat half of that. We can have the Sweetles eat the other half, and then we have grubs. Grubs eat at a rate of 50. I need to double up. I probably want to double up my Sweetles. I don't really want to grow the food. Okay. So how much space is this? 50. 20. I probably shouldn't run a double ranch. If anything, I should use up this space and then maybe this space. We have no plants because I don't need the food. We're at 42 million calories, man. I don't need food. Way too much. So let's put a tile here. We're gonna probably make a ranch here and a ranch here. Move these Sweetos down to here probably. Makes a lot of sense. Think about radiation. Do you think adding a critter or a plant that uses nuclear waste would help? No. There's no single thing you would be able to add into the game. They would have to introduce a new mechanic that only needs nuclear radiation. It's like They would need a whole category of things that utilizes it for it to be mainstream, for lack of better words. I feel like they're so beyond that it's never gonna happen. Like, maybe it will, but at the same time, I don't think it will. Did they Shine Morts have any interesting features? I saw that they get more and more decor. I mean, yeah, that's about it. It'd be cool if the Abyss bug didn't have radiation. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, it's just decor value. Pretty colors, though. The only thing I could think of they could add to the game is if they expanded a feature and then made it solely rely on, you know, radiation. That'd be the only thing I could think of. Outside of that, I think they're like, they don't really have much they could do with that. Yeah, you have to think about the future. Planning matters a lot in this game. I don't think Oni could be mainstream. That's kind of why I like it. It requires thought and experimentation, critical thinking, intelligence. It does. I think it could be mainstream though, because you could guide someone that never plays this type of game to success. You can. And dumb it down in a way where anyone could understand it, but they wouldn't really get the game for what it is. I feel like, and I might be wrong, that the people that play this game enjoy it for the thermodynamic sandbox aspect. Whereas the people playing this might be looking at it, you know, your casual player, as a, you know, better version of Dwarf Fortress. I don't know. Right? Like, it's basically, you could dumb this game down and guide players to a point where they could have a successful colony, but they wouldn't know what they were doing. If you ask them to tame X new geyser that just gets introduced, they probably struggle. But they could follow a guide. Right? Now, that being said, I feel like that kind of ties into the theme of science. You know? Like, not that they don't want to make the game easy to play. It's more so that there's layers to all things. And this game has a lot of layers. And it's kind of like the theme of science. I don't think that's going to change. But yeah, that is kind of the appeal to those of us that do play. Not that we're hipsters or anything like that, but it's more so just that it's like, you know, it's the idea that decisions matter in a game that's not story based. And that's kind of, I feel like, what people want though. A game where the decisions matter and not just kind of just, oh yeah, this works. That's waiting on you. And then nothing's gonna happen until, you know, you finish it. Too much drama in main game. Adds a lot of interesting factors. Power optimization. Can't get maximum power efficiency without really understanding how energy and heat are related to power in this game. True. That's with the steam turbine. Myst is a game that proves that players were smart. Too bad many game developers forgot that. It's, man. You guys ever hear the saying, I mean, it's not really a saying, more so a modern day fact. Like, the original saying is, a voice that doesn't speak doesn't get heard, right? That's, I think, the original saying. But like, it's also that the counterpoint also exists. The loudest voice in the room does not represent the people as a whole. So it's like, the saying is basically speak up. But then at the counterpoint is the person speaking doesn't represent the people that are silent. Right? And I feel like that's kind of what's happened to video games. You have one person that's probably not that bright complaining that they can't get through the game. And over time, enough complaints will get the people to dumb it down. Right? And then as a result, the games will match that level, and then it's just gradually getting dumbed down. I don't know what adage, if that's exactly what that means. Squeaky gear, the squeaky gear gets the grease, but doesn't always move you forward. There we go. That's a good way to say it, we level. Actually, that's actually really good. Found who peed in the pool of water. It was Zarek. Zarek loves peeing in the pool. If you guys didn't know Zarek, he got banned from the public pool because he would always go in just to pee inside. No, I'm not saying it like that. Like, the saying itself is what I'm saying. Like, not that it's an adage in a sense that it's metaphorically speaking, more so that it's the one person speaking doesn't represent everyone that's silent, right? That's all I'm trying to get to. And it's gotten to that point where I feel like people want loot boxes, people want this and that, and then it's like we the players look at ourselves and go like, who really wanted that? And it's like, why are they adding this to the game, kind of a deal. It's like, we didn't want none of this. And the things that we want, we are told that isn't possible. Not explaining the second part is that it is possible, it's just they don't want to finance it. And that's really all it is. It's like, there's no data that proves that this is profitable, man, and as a result, dude, we are not going to develop it. Cash rules everything around me, cream, get the money. You know what I'm saying? So they be doing shit like that, and then wondering why no one plays their game, you know? Like, you do everything from a financial standpoint and not from like a development standpoint, and the game suffers. Yeah, that's another thing. That thing being said, gamers want this, gamers want that, is a lot of times I feel like upper management gaslighting the board of directors so that they keep their job. You know what I'm saying, man? It's like, oh man, I'm gonna get fired. We didn't hit the numbers this month for the quarterly report. What are you gonna tell the investors that the ROI is negative? And they're expecting at least 2%. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I don't want to break it to them. It's like, you know what? We'll let this guy just bullshit his way in. Okay. Release podcast? I don't know what I would even talk about. I feel a lot of things I talk about is like single topic things. I don't have enough topics to do a podcast. Mostly a market-based decision through not necessarily just feedback. Loot box, for instance, clearly market-based. It's not even a good thing for people spending on loot boxes. I think some of them have crippling gambling addictions, would probably want them banned in their right mind. Yeah. The thing is that I don't have enough topics. It's like we do one episode pod, I guess what I'm saying. We do a one episode thing, and then that's it. And they're like, oh man, what happened to the podcast? It was lit. And I was like, oh man, I ran out of stuff to talk about. It'd be like that sometimes. Dude, but that's the thing though. It's like they don't have a value for innovation risk is only met with counterpoints saying that you can't prove this makes money. And it's devolved to a thing where if you can't prove that it makes money, then it's not going to be attempted. Feels bad, man. The history of oversimplifying games and how Oxygen not included could solve that. Man, Away Team Red needs to go viral. Everyone's going to want to play it. And then we, the players, are going to be like, dude, man, this used to be... This was based on another game. And then we're going to tell our kids, like, back in my days, we played Away Team Red when it was colony management based. Instead of single player crafting survival. And tell the kids they're gonna start playing it, and they're like, dude, where was this game? Like, it was there, you guys just didn't play it. Like, it was waiting for you guys, man. Y'all just, you know, was busy playing Call of Duty. I think there was a saying of George Lucas that the market incentive is like automatic censor and creativity because only certain things are profitable. I've seen a lot of instances of people saying that. You know what's sad about that? Every instance I've heard of people arguing for that point has been in pre-2020. It's not that 2020 was some huge swing year. It feels like as the years go on, a lot of that starts getting lost. And a lot of companies just celebrate their rivals going out of business instead of, you know, trying to help them out. It's like, you guys remember when Apple was going bankrupt? And then Bill Gates was like, yo, you know what? We give them a couple $1 million. They won't be bankrupt. And then they came out with the iPhone. And then when they asked Bill Gates why they did that, he was like, oh, we got to do this. The competition breeds innovation. We got to be able to, you know, have another company push us. And it's like, that doesn't happen anymore. People are be like, oh, they're out of business? Dude, let's acquire them. And then they're just going to have to listen to us now. And it's now just like a echo chamber, I guess is what you call that. Everyone's doing the same thing, hoping for the same result because that's what the numbers say. But yeah, a lot of those sayings, I feel like less people believe in it now, and it's like you don't hear anyone talk about it at all. It's always at the end of the line, like, profits. And what that really means is that no one is really learning or being educated. They're just, you know, book smart versus street smart. Everyone is book smart nowadays. No one actually street smart. Yeah, artist developers are now more so cogs in the wheels. Even the business managers maybe cogs themselves. You know what's funny? I feel like a lot of the increase in value a lot of companies got that are in the video game industry didn't stem from the games being better. It stemmed from having to pay the businessman, be a middleman. They effectively became the middleman to themselves. If no one is street smart, does that mean we're all street smart? At the same regard, we're all street stupid. We're both, man. We are both wise and stupid at the same time. You're number one of one. Only way to do it, baby. I'm number one of one. If first and last, dude. How does that happen? If everyone is tied for first, everyone is also tied for last. Alright, it's time to move some of the stuff. Sweep. We're gonna have to... I can't really move these Sweetles, though. I guess we can't just let them live there for a while. If we are all smart, then no one is smart. That's true. At least today, you could work on a project on the side for creativity and publish it. Social media is double-edged. It really is. Social media has been a plague, though. With all the good things, I feel like it's become a bad thing. I think IQ etc has been pretty consistently increased when and where poverty declined, but for the first time in many years, not so long ago, literacy rate started declining. You know why? More and more, that's another problem. More and more of the information is getting backdoored, and that in and of itself ruins the product. Like, if you know what type of question they're going to ask and why they're asking the question, instead of just answering the question, there is a bit of bias thrown in. Right? It's like people who take SAT prep classes, and then it's like they learn how to take the test. They're not necessarily smarter. They just know how to take the test, what to do, what not to do. And it's like they're focusing on that instead of actually what the test is actually trying to gauge. It's basically like how the people nowadays are backdoor data mining a lot of the information. Like, oh, the new boss coming out with his new raid has a one-shot ability. He does this amount of damage. We need this much block rate to survive. Our healers need to have this much healing. And it's like, once you have that, you kind of already bop the process, and it's like, well, this is not really going to test anything anymore, right? Because you already got what it is that they're doing, so it's like they got to make a new test, and nowadays that new test is not really going to do anything because it's the same thing is going to happen. Yeah, right. The knowledge. It's like the difference between wisdom and intellect, right? A lot of people couldn't tell you the difference. Hollow Knight, they could do it because they could publish a game. No need to ask Nintendo to be able to port it on the Game Boy. If everyone is super, then no one is. Yeah, that's the original Incredibles quote. Yep, it's always money, dude. That's the thing. It's like, it feels like the things that should be controlled by capitalism has run dry. So now the people are trying to figure out what else they could game in that regard of like, they're trying to game the system to make a profit. That's what it feels like, man. We're just at a point where it's like everything is screwed over so much, they're looking for new things to screw over. So it's like, what can you really do? You really can't do anything about that. Living in that late stage capitalism. I saw a quote the other day that I thought was really real. The economy is not about... The economy is no longer about having the right people get the resources. It's about making enough money to survive the fallout that's going to happen. Like, the system is broken. No longer is it working as it should for supply and demand. It's now just the rich people who have control trying to make as much money, so when the bad times come, they're gonna be fine. And I was like, damn. that hits home, man. Like that's really kind of what it is. Like, do you guys remember the fiasco with a lot of the food prices? And they were like, we're just gonna raise the price of steak, and it was all fake. And it was because the moment certain people came into power, they were able to just hike up the prices like $2-3 per pound. And then everyone just kept pointing backwards. The supermarkets are like, oh yeah, the people that we get the meat from raise the prices. What can we do about it? And then the people that sell the meat pointed back. It's like, oh, the people that are butchering the meat are raising the prices. And then the guys butchers like, oh yeah, the people we buy the cows from are raising the prices. And the loop just keeps going back. The people feeding the cows are now blaming the veggie growers. And then the veggie growers are saying something like, oh yeah, we got to do this and that now, and that increases the prices. And then it turns out that the moment the people stop buying the beef, they had to lower the prices back down, because they were like, well, the beef is just going to go bad if you don't sell it. It's you know, it's not going to last forever. Right? And it's like, dude, man, they don't think it be like it is, but it do. They did something. Oh, was that on Black Mirror? Black Mirror, dude. I've heard so many things about that. Like, it's freakishly real to life. Too real for me IRL. I haven't seen a single episode, though. I'd like to reference the USP as an example of how much you could do by just trying to do the job rather than trying to make extra profit and money. Even in the US, the sort of system can work to support places that would never be profitable to deliver melt. Dude, it is. It's one of those things, but it's like, right? Everything has to be profitable. And we've been told that if we don't, like, no one's gonna do it. It's like, I mean, they're still cracking out jobs. It's painful to watch some of the newer episodes. I haven't seen any of it. They're obligated to deliver to rural areas that would never be able to be profitably delivered to. One of the hearts of the U.S. economy. Food, medicine, yep. It's insane, man. As a Canadian, there's so much stuff in the U.S. that I don't understand. Like, why is your insulin so expensive when here it's only 20 bucks? Dude, profits, man. People care about money more than they care about the fellow Americans. In the highly concentrated sector, there is also an algorithm pricing that lets companies coordinate on price without talking to each other. Here's the thing. That's supposed to be illegal. That's the thing with that. That's supposed to be illegal. There's a term you learn in economics called predatory pricing. That's supposed to be regulated by the government. So someone's not doing their job, dude. Because that is not supposed to be allowed. Like, how are you not fining those companies up the yin yang? Yeah, it only applies if it's enforced. That's kind of the world we're living in at the moment. I hate to say it. It's a world where people are trying to push the limits and see how much they can get away with. Dude, it's so funny. That's happening in the NBA. Oh my god. So there's a scandal recently in the basketball world. I watch a lot of basketball, right? So it's funny, man. They have a owner who is the notoriously richest owner in NBA history. He has $100 billion to his name, right? And the thing with that is that there's currently a scandal going on where allegedly he was paying his star player for the team money from a third-party company under the table. So that circumvents the salary cap for the league itself. So he's getting audited to see whether or not this is true. The funny thing with this is that it is believed by people in the league that he's just paying these auditors. And as a result, it's going to be something where it's like, he's paying you you gotta make it look good for him, kind of a deal. And it's like, it's believed across the league that that's exactly what's happening. It's like, we're getting no result, no word about what's going on with the audit that's going on with the third-party circumvention cap thing. And a lot of people believe nothing's gonna happen because it's like they found out about it, they got proof, there was a whistleblower, and still nothing's happening. So a lot of people are just thinking, yeah, it's like, you know, probably nothing's gonna happen because he's actually the guy that's paying the auditors himself, even if they're the biggest audit firm, you know, one of the big four. Doesn't really matter because it's like, at the end of the day, money talks, right? And then it's like, if you think about it, that's kind of what's happening in the rest of the world. You got the rich folks that are basically, everyone's a mouthpiece at this point. And it's easy to do that now than before because of social media. It's crazy. Dude, how much money does it take? Just pay a couple influencers to say that this is good. And then when they say no, you just find other influencers. Because everyone's an influencer at this point. Like, you could literally just pull people off the street to run the government, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Private insurance, dude. The insurance in the medical field is so gross, man. It's the grossest thing. It is such a gross thing, man. Why is this thing $600? That's the price we have it listed. I could buy it on Amazon for $30. Well, we're not going to pay for that. You could buy yourself then. And it's like, wait, why am I even paying for insurance if this is how it was going to work out? It's gross. The pharmaceutical industry is one of the nastiest things now. People's lives literally depend on this stuff, and they're getting priced out. Infinite patent. Trick for them to keep producing the price, keep the stuff better, demands the best, gets more expensive. It'd be like that, man. It's cheaper to fly to another country to get healthcare, pay out of pocket, and then come back. Cheaper with insurance here, dude. Feels bad. You know, it's funny. I remember I used to have friends in college that would say that, oh, dude, that's a strat. We're gonna graduate here from college, and then we're gonna go to medical school outside the United States. The school that I get the medical degree from doesn't matter. And then I'll just shadow a doctor here and then open my own practice. I was like, oh wow, how much money do you save? It's like 6 figures. I was like, damn. That much cheaper, huh? He's like, yeah. And it's like, now I'm thinking about it, dude, you could apply that to everything. It's just so much cheaper, man. Insulin was discovered in Canada. Generic version. This is something I never get. They said that they don't want to pay for everyone else, but even with bigger taxes, I still pay less than the insurance you pay, only for healthcare. Haha, that's kind of where it's just, how do I say something without saying it? And that's kind of what I feel like is kind of just, we can't do anything about it. Like, what do you do when someone just lies to your face and says, what are you going to do about it? And then it becomes a thing where it's like, so what? Nothing's going to change. And when that becomes conversation, it's like, you really can't say anything to that. At the same time, no one's enforcing anything. And that's kind of what a lot of it's kind of devolved into. It's something where we want to see changes. But the problem is nothing is getting enforced. And people are just effectively telling us to their face that do something. And nothing's being done with it. All right, they're on, boys. Honestly, man, I feel like America is effectively a third world country. It really is, man. We really do be living in the third world right now with how things are being handled. It is what it is, though. It's so bleak that it's like there's like it's just so far gone, man. Here's the thing. There is people that are okay with this, and that's the crazy thing. No one should be okay with this. There are people that are okay with it, and that's kind of like what the problem is. I remember back when people from Canada would come to America to get surgeries. Dude, I used to remember that, dude. I remember it was like, if you had money, you could just skip the line and skip the wait for anything that's big. Like, you needed to get a organ implant, big surgery. Well, it was more so that you get to skip the wait line for, like, if you needed like a kidney or something, because you could just, you know, pay for it. Versus in Canada, you couldn't do that. You just had to wait in line. I don't know if that's the case anymore, man. Eat poutine, elbow up. Hey, man, I'm sorry to all my Canadian friends out there. I apologize for this statement. Chili cheese fries is better than poutine. I hate to say it, but it's true. Chili cheese fries is better than poutine. Chili cheese fries is the business. You don't need beans on your chili. Just do a beef chili. No beans. They have that. That's actually what I normally get. You get the fries, and then before you put anything else on it, you gotta put chopped onions. Then you pour the chili on top, and then you put the cheese on top. That's where it's at. That's where it's at, man. It's so good. I would have that over poutine. Now, nothing wrong with poutine. Poutine's good too. But I just prefer chili cheese fries over the poutine, man. I gotta be real. Alright, this looks like it's fine. Nothing weird's going on. This is how long? 2 cycles? Nice. I could probably do a shorter red duration. Let's do a 260. We're gonna give this some time to heat up. I apologize, people of chat, all my ranting. As an American, we just got a lot of problems, man. Right now, everything sucks. It'd be like that right now, man. Damn, I have to wait so long for this. And of course, people of chat, if you guys have any oxygen non-included related questions, feel free to voice the question. I'm happy to help you guys out. I know I'm over here being bitter about our situation that's going on, but hey, man, I'm still here to answer the question if you guys need the help. Did we not get another? Did this not open? What? Did I miss it? Where was the 5 seconds? Oh, it is expanding the Steam. Okay, maybe it is good. Speaking of silly questions, where is my Printcepter code? Pepe hands. You have to find the toilet, dude. Is there any method of neutronium shaving left, or is all patched out? From my understanding, you might find a certain instance to get it to happen, but there are no consistent ways anymore. I don't think there's any way to realistically get a shave done that is going to be always available. From my understanding, the rocket shaving strat, where you build the rocket and you move it up and down, has inconsistencies. Like, it doesn't work every time. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. So, you know, technically no. And I would want to say it's patched out. Now, that being said, it's still possible. It's just not going to be something that would happen every time. 2 things. We have not been going around trying to convince that we came up with the best dish. It's a thing that we just like to eat. One of the only unique dishes we have. 2, have you seen real poutine in Quebec? I've never been to Canada. I haven't. Now, I'm not going to lie. I like the cold. Canada sounds like a cool place. I would not want to actually move and live there, though. Not because of anything outside of the fact that there's just too much snow and ice. Like, I want it to be cold, but I don't want it to be snowing and ice on the roads. I'm being mad picky when it comes to that. It's like, if I could choose, man, I wouldn't want snow or ice. Maybe a little bit of snow. I just don't want ice on the roads, if possible, like, you know, year round. And then the other thing is that I'm gonna have to haul my ass outside and plow the snow, dude. God damn it, dude. Oregon cold, man. I'm not even sure if I would do NorCal, man. That's a little bit south, where it's a little bit warmer. NorCal gets kind of dank, man. They get the snowstorms up there. It gets kind of crazy. I see you, the open roof. I see you over there. Poutine is not bad. Poutine is not bad. I see you over there. That being said, I don't even know what we have that's American when it comes to food. Like, people meme a lot, but it's like, is it really just hot dogs and hamburgers? How does that really work? Mountain Dew, not sponsored. Yeah, I don't know if I do Lab Demolier. Kind of tedious. Oh man, I got the neutronium here that we just had to deal with. All right, we got steam. The power's not being used for anything. We're just cooling down the igneous. All right, so this setup is basically, we could use the area up to this line as storage. The airflow tiles are never gonna break. This should be fine. This is obsidian. And then we're just incrementally pushing in magma. The poutine man have been tasting is going to Taco Bell and got real tacos. So we have a place here in Southern California called The Hat. I don't know if you guys have heard of The Hat. They have something that's called gravy fries. that's effectively poutine. And that's probably the closest I've had to it. The Hat, I will say, is not a fast food chain. It's kind of more so like In-N-Out. They're a chain, but they're not huge, and they're not like at that point where they're like, you know, every establishment is the same. It's, you know, the establishments do differ slightly. Some of them do different type of salsas and taco stuffs. But it's a pastrami place. That's what they specialize in, pastrami. Now, that being said, I will say, yes, I have not had proper poutine before. Like, I've never had the... I've never been to Canada, so that's probably enough, right? We don't have the real thing. If there's something American, then it would be something in the Native Americans or the farm adapted. Pemmican. Let's go. Corn and turkey comes to mind. I don't know the history very well. Oh, yeah. Ha. Yeah, I don't know the history for that as well either. You need the real curd cheese. Dude, I read something that was actually crazy that I never imagined would happen. I didn't know, but apparently KFC is like super popular in Japan. And it's like, what the... Japan? Why is it popular in Japan? It's Kentucky Fried Chicken. Yo, man, Kentucky's all the way over here, man. Yeah, we don't eat it. It's weird. And it's gone to a point where apparently it's a Japanese Thanksgiving tradition. Like, they have like a holiday that's similar to Thanksgiving where you like give your thanks and have meals with the family. And it's kind of a thing to get fried chicken. And then that's another thing. It's apparently better than what we have in the States. I was like, what? How? How you gonna do this to us? Like, why would we come up with something and then it's like, it's better over there? You know what I'm saying? Like, that don't make sense. It's Christmas. I see you. They eat KFC for Christmas. They are not Christian. Yo, man, if it works, it works. I'm not even gonna question that, man. Japan's restaurants in general are just so much higher quality, but it's also their meat portions are relatively small, more expensive for the same price. So the meat feels more like a delicacy when you're in Japan. Oh. In my anecdotal experience from when I visited Tokyo. I see you guys over there. I see. And I think although they view American tours negatively, they have a lot of respect for the US and American culture in general. Interesting. Japan is a culture committing oneself to one's trade. Doesn't surprise me for that reasoning. Otherwise, I don't know. American occupation seeded a lot of culture. It's because KFC convinced Japan that getting a bucket is an American tradition. You know what's funny about that? I don't know how many statements is perceived as true when they're not. I'm ashamed to say this, but for the first 20 years of my life until end of college, I actually thought that eating an apple a day would keep me healthy and not have to go to the doctors. Because the saying is, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. And that's apparently some bullshit commercial from the 20s. 100 years ago, dude. Goddamn. And it's like, there's so many sayings like that. Like, there's another one. Like, oh yeah, you should just, you know, oh, you're on a no red meat diet? That's fine. Just eat pork. That's the other white meat that's not chicken. And it's like, wait, I actually thought to myself, like, Is pork white meat? Like, I actually had to ask people, you know, because I was not sure. And apparently, that was another commercial from, I think, like the 60s or something. And it was like they were just trying to increase pork sales. Like, oh my god, dude. So many things like that. Feels bad, man. It's all marketing. Equivalent of Coca-Cola creating the image of Santa Claus. Yeah, it's true. Oh, man. Customer is God general mottos. Applies to all the restaurant self-service. Kind of like how they got Japan hooked on coffee instead of traditional tea. Pretty funny when it says that in Yakuza, the Yakuza game, huh? But also, the same time, it could probably feel kind of oppressive. So I didn't want to over-romanticize it. I see, you guys. Be like that, though, sometimes, man. I might be able to decrease this down to 220. Oh, that reminds me. Is this super hot? 212. This is now working at 79%. That's not too bad. I think we can keep it like this. I can't imagine Santa Claus in a green robe. Is Santa originally wearing a green robe? I did not know that. I did not know that, if that is the case. I have never heard of that. That is impressive, if anything. Looks like I've been bamboozled, boys. Fallen victim to the adverts. Hey, guess what level I am? Log in. You're level 69. Just got done with the campaign. And you're doing delve runs. And you're using the Chaos Spooter build. Where you are a spooter living under the sea. His name is SpongeBob SquarePants. Hit 87, nice. Sounds like the White Run build is on pause. But yo, man, what build are you running, dude? Guys, if you guys don't know Cthulhu, this guy is famous. He once overcooked his brisket. And, you know, he told people that that's how it's supposed to be done. To this day, they call it Texas barbecue. He is the granddaddy of smoked brisket. He just burned the food, dude. But he said it tastes good with some sauce on it. Running Poison SRS, I see you. Father Christmas shows up in the Charles Dickens novel and wears a green robe. Oh, wow. Wait, does that mean Charles Dickens is the guy who who created Santa Claus? Wasn't Santa Claus kind of like a... Like, there's a caricature that's similar across multiple cultures? Am I crazy? Isn't there more to that? Alright, steam turbines are cool, looking pretty good. We don't have enough iron yet, but we can start setting this up. Molten iron, hit him with the auto bottle. Hey, and then we could start swinging this here. We're gonna run green signal if it's below 135. And then we have nowhere to dump the iron. Okay. Let's go. Hit him with the iron. Yeah, I thought there was a lot of cultures that had Saint Nicholas, right? I've heard a lot of countries with that. No, it's a folklore tale, but he wrote it as a character in a novel. Europe had a similar figure to Santa. It's another origination of Saint Nicholas. Yeah. Right? So it's like, didn't he wear red in the other ones? Or is it just, you know, the American version is everywhere? Man, it's so weird, man. Growing up, I used to think McDonald's, like everyone had a McDonald's. And then when I got old, I found out that not everyone has McDonald's, but everyone has McDonald's. In a sense that McDonald's has actually expanded to be worldwide. So it's like my assumption was true, but was incorrect at the time. Because we didn't have the internet, right? Feels weird, man. Now it's like I don't even know what from my childhood was strictly American. Alright, we're getting the vac started, boys. I want to say this is done. The magma's going down, so I'm not too worried here. If you're center and media, dude, that's another thing. People of chat, who do you guys believe the saying, movie stars are dead? Have you guys ever heard that saying? Movie stars are dead. That in the modern day, there are no real movie stars. Power cut off just enough to kick the Wi-Fi out. Oof, Sailor Mom. Power just keeps cutting in. I'll be out. Have a good night. Good luck, Sailor Mom. Hopefully your internet stays good because no internet is bad times. But yo, man, we will see you next time. Good, stay safe out there. Especially with the ice rain. Maybe movie star obsession is that. I think still most of his actors are still alive. No. Like the idea of a movie star is just different. You know what I'm saying? Like, what makes a movie star now? They are attractive. They sound a certain way. Like a lot of the things that like makes the movie star valuable, I feel like is now just separated from, like, how do I say this? Like, you don't have to be able to check those boxes anymore. Like, I don't know how many movie stars did their own stunts, but like, who really does their own stunts, right? You got what, Tom Cruise? Of course, Jackie Chan does. But like, what value do they really bring outside of the recognizable face? Because it feels like a lot of, I guess, lack of better words, editing has kind of taken over. Like, I could argue Leonardo DiCaprio was probably the last movie star where they were able to make something better because of their presence. The other day, someone mentioned a concept or framed my thinking about TV movie. We are no longer in a monoculture. Huh. You know, yeah. You know what actually kind of makes that 100% true? The rise of K-pop. You could argue that certain K-pop bands are more popular now than a lot of the American ones. And it's not that the America needs to be number one. But I feel like, yeah, that could be. I guess I just don't see how that kind of intertwines with everything in the grand scheme of things. Because what you're saying is true. It's no longer everyone looking up to America's lifestyle and how everything is done here. I still haven't seen K-pop Demon Hunters. Man, I still haven't seen To Be Hero X. I haven't seen so many shows, man. K-pop's so big. Yeah, it is, man. I was watching a Korean program the other day, and I was like, dude, this music sounds like the music I used to listen to in my youth. And you know what I found out happened? A lot of the big people that used to produce in the 90s and early 2000s moved to Korea and are now producing there. And I've realized that that's why everything sounds so similar. Like, I was listening to the music that they had for like intermission between the event they were doing, and they had like this type of rhythm. I was like, dude, this sounds like when I was young I used to listen to like music on the radio. And a lot of that type of like sounds, rhythm, and all that stuff has disappeared from modern radio. And I was listening to, I'm like, man, we don't get this anymore. And I was thinking to myself, this is probably AI. This is some AI crap. They copied the OG songs, kind of like BPM rhythm thing, and then they made it their own. And then it turns out that's not the case. Apparently, the person that used to actually like spearhead a lot of the music back in the American radio in the early 2000s, they apparently left the scene, and then they got hired in Korea, and then they're doing the music there. I was like, oh shit. And then you had like a lot of like people there now that are like popping up, right? That are famous. I don't attribute everything to that person slash group, but it's like influence, right? They saw what worked. They didn't want to change too much of it. And then it's outdoing what we have now in America. Feels bad, man. But that is true, man. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Steam is now included. All right, I'm happy we finished doing a lot of the builds here. Yeah, I was moving the goods here that was hot, that came from Demolier, and it finally boiled the water there. Yep. I thought that it would move up and get evaporated pretty quick, and it looks like it's kind of slow, actually. Feels bad. Good news, though. Nothing is broken. Everything's fine. I did expect that to happen, though. There is no longer 4 TV channels. People want to go to the movie theaters on Friday. We don't listen to our local radio. Yep. Yeah. Everything and nothing's the same anymore. That's kind of funny. We don't even do our own culture, dude. It's kind of crazy. What our parents did, we don't do. Goliath, I mean Golith, dude. That's a name I haven't seen in a long time. Hope you've been well, man. Welcome in, dude. That's so true. I don't remember the last time I saw a movie in the theaters. I think the last time I saw a movie in the theaters was the second Thor movie. That was like 10, 20 years ago, dude. Holy shit. Each void's only 100 grams per second. Yeah. I didn't think it would sprout as much that fast. How you been, man? You know, just trying to do our best, man. Do what we can. Try to get by. Still struggling, though. Can't say much has changed. I wish I was doing better. But you know what, man? It is what it is. Hopefully you've been having a better time than I did, though. Hopefully life's been treating you well, man. So we don't have a one TV or a one movie star. That's a good point, man. For the movie star thing. That's very true. I feel like, to that regard, movie stars are just pretty much a big streamer nowadays. That's really what it is. A movie star nowadays is the equivalent of a big streamer. Because I really don't feel like there's anything different. I want to see Avatar 3. Probably the only movie. Is that the green skin Avatar? I saw they did a remake with that. Green skin. Blue skin? The alien blue skin, tall skinny Smurfs. How do you decide where to put your aqua tuners? I need to build like 4 of them, and every spot looks bad. The blue skin, not the airbender. Yo, man. Shout out to the airbender. Feels bad. How do you decide? I usually put it nearby. So if you have, like, in my case, I was doing this setup here. You understand that you're going to do 2 things. You're going to want to run a line through and then run it back, right? So then from there, I can just put it here. That kind of works. Pocahontas with blue people. That's pretty good description. So it's like, I usually just do the build and put the aqua tuners next to the build. Right? I usually don't think about power too much. You just run a line, right? Just pull out conductive line. People should blame Netflix. If they're looking to put a blame somewhere, there's going to be business courses on Netflix by the end of this decade. People blame Netflix. I feel like if people blame Netflix, I feel like that's not really the problem, though. I do see what you're saying, though. They revolutionized the media. The problem is that we don't know anything about behind the scenes of what went down. And the reason why I'm saying that is that I blame corporate greed. I have a feeling that a lot of things kind of work similarly. And one of the things that they typically do for these types of things is they have bids. So Netflix gets to, you know, air certain shows because they buy the rights for it, right? And then as a result, something that's brand new and it's just starting, they're able to buy the rights for that and be an exclusive streamer, so to speak, because they're a streaming platform, right? If the other TV shows channels don't want to compete for it because of the amount of money they're putting up versus them, they get the exclusive rights, right? It's kind of like how some video games will come out on Epic Games for the first year before they come out on Steam, because Epic Games bought the rights for that. It's the same exact thing, right? I feel like that type of corporate greed bidding to become exclusive is what the problem is. They're trying to separate everything because people don't want to pay for cable. Yeah, they do that, but I guess to not this degree. How do I explain this? It's like having a buffet of just seafood versus having a buffet of every food. Now that everything's a buffet, you're only going to go to one buffet. right? Because the buffet has everything now, which in turn puts strain on the other companies. Because now everyone's eating at this buffet instead of yours, it becomes a thing where it's like, well, now that we bought the rights to this, no one wants to come here. Because the other buffet has the same dish and more, we can't really compete with that. So then they kind of just stop trying at the buffet. And then that in turn means less and less buffets, food items. I don't know if that's a good like analogy. I feel like that's what it is though. COVID killed movies. I did too. James Cameron, when FX made a beautiful film, story was ... I think the big thing with movies though is I don't remember the last time there was a good original movie. It feels like I didn't stop going to the movies because of COVID. I stopped way before. And it wasn't because of like some disease preventing me or anything like that. It was because everything at that point was a reboot. They were rebooting Lion King. They were rebooting Mulan. They're doing a live action Lion King. Spider-Man's coming out for the 6th time. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, everything has already been done and they're just doing it again. And it became this thing where it's like, I've seen it before. Why am I going to go watch it again just because it's coming out again? I feel like there hasn't been good movies that's kind of been great to the point where they could build on top of it. It's always been like a one-time thing. Oh yeah, this was a good movie, but it was standalone. They couldn't really develop on the sequel. Or if they do, the sequel is trash. And you could easily see it's a money grab. It just feels like there hasn't been innovation. Innovation is dead, basically. Yeah, they don't take risk on original ideas anymore. And that's kind of where the problem is. Like, dude, I saw the what do you call those brothers that did the Matrix? When they were doing the Matrix, apparently a lot of the cinematography that they wanted to do, you know, to their vision wasn't possible. And you know what ended up happening? They made their own program and system. They paid developers. They did the tedious work of taking hundreds and millions of shots, creating hundreds and millions of assets that look real so that they could actually do the camera angle change stuff. The Wachowskis. There we go. Right? They spent the millions of dollars. They did that before they were ever released. And like at that point, they were spending the money that they didn't know they had, right? Like it wasn't set in stone, right? They didn't know that they were gonna make a classic that everyone was gonna love, that was gonna blow out the box office, right? They did it. That doesn't happen anymore, man. And it's this thing where I feel like that's literally what's happening everywhere. Right? You can look at any field and that's exactly what's happening. And that's because of capitalism, man. One of the topics brought up with the writer strike a few years ago were basically working overtime, weird system, and not giving any time to train their juniors, so experience hasn't really passed down either. And in any case, the writing budget's also neglected. It's so obvious that they're trying to replace with AI gen. Dude, AI is... yeah, it's so stupid. I feel like a lot of people just give AI too much credit. I saw something the other day. AI is wrong 91% of the time. If you take every instance of something that's actually AI and not just like sorting, like if you ask the AI a question, if you are looking something up, like I do a great example. I was watching what's his name? Charlie. His name is like Penguin Zero. And they were doing the new Big Arch burger. And they were trying to look up the price of the burger. And they couldn't look it up. It was the funniest thing. It's like, Google price of Big Arch, and then the AI comes up. The price range of a Big Arch is between $9 and $15, depending on where you live in the world. And you couldn't get a straight answer. And then they're like, oh man, fuck this, I'm gonna go to the McDonald's website. They go to the McDonald's website, there's no price listed. You gotta download the app. And then it's like, dude, I'm not gonna download the app. And then they couldn't figure out the price. They literally have the internet and couldn't find out. Because it was basically like, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. Back in my days, dude, I don't know about you guys, I would actually get a flat price. Like they would just tell you, oh yeah, you live here. The price for that is gonna be about this much. And they would actually have a listed price, man. Feels bad, dude. It's crazy. They're giving it too much credit because it's huge burstable bubble, sunk cost and such. Yeah, moist. Could have been useful for very specific things. It is. I'm not saying that it's not useful. It has its applications. But they're trying to apply it everywhere. And it's making everything worse. They could have a published price and change everything in different places at the app. That's the thing, man. Man, they're hungering for the user data to feed into their AI. Part of me believes that's their kind of like internal logic process. We just don't have enough information about our client base. So if we harvest enough, we'll get better accuracy. Life's a struggle, boys. We're all here just trying to do our best. Data is OP. Data is OP when used correctly. Data is the easiest way to convince people something that's not true is true. I'm pretty sure AI bubble is about to pop. Yeah, huge bubble. Instead of making, like, we're at a point in human society where instead of improving life, they're trying to justify profits. That's where we're at right now. Capitalism is effectively made it so that money matters more than quality of life. 100%. We're at that point right now, man. Because it's like, work from home should be a blessing. Instead, real estate companies are now mad that no one wants to pay for the buildings. And then they're blaming us for having empty buildings. Instead of repurposing the buildings, they're blaming the people from working at home that, you know, offices don't need to rent anymore. And then there's people that have a contract for the building that now go, we want you to come back to justify us spending money on this. It's so backwards, man. It really is. Like, dude, not going to work and having to drive is so good for the environment. Yet, apparently this guy wants to not lose money because he has to pay rent, is fine with throwing everything down the gutter. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Data is only data, and what you do with it is OP. Yep. Data The numbers don't lie, but you could lie using numbers. That's the thing, man. I forgot, someone wrote a book about that. How you could pull any amount of data and make it fulfill your argument. And it's not because the numbers lie, but how you interpret it is so vague that it becomes basically media sniping. Like you have an interview that's an hour long, no context. You take a quote from the interview. You could infer that you're talking about something completely opposite of what you're actually talking about. Right? So it's like, it's the same thing. They're just using statistics to do that. The data shows this, but your argument is that. You're going to pull this part that agrees with you. Not actually understanding that you're making the argument easier for you to be wrong, kind of a thing. Feels bad, man. I don't want to pay for gas of driving either, or clog up the roads. People are required to drive for their jobs. Just require me to work in the office, so I go. Yep. Some tax systems are so dependent on those property taxes, so when the values drop to a change of traffic patterns, catastrophic chain reaction. Yep. Everything's a bubble, man. Statistics is devil's math. I've never heard of that. I'm kind of crazy, but I kind of get what you're trying to say. It's the devil's math. Oh, man. Again, people of chat, this is an oxygen non-included stream. We don't do a lot of politics and stuff. We just on a tirade right now. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. So it's like, yeah, if you guys got questions, I got answers. We're just chilling right now because this is near the end of the run. We don't really got much we got to do. So if you guys, you know, I got you guys. Change the topics, perfectly fine. We just got this volcano to tame and we're gonna be literally done with the run. I don't think there's anything else we need to do. We have 7 cycles here, and then this water is going to get processed. As long as we have wood here, we're good. No power. Oh, I ran out of juice. No coal. Are we going to allow the dupes in? Data doesn't lie, stats can. Yeah? Yeah. Alright, man. I might want to bop this setup. This running is probably a problem. Water pumpage. We are not power positive. We need our coal gens running. God damn it. This is kind of where I wish I was using the magma for power. That would be the ultimate backup. I don't want to make one though. That's gonna take so long. Alright, are we just out of coal? Oh, we're just out of coal. Ha. It really do be like that sometimes. We are out of coal. Alright, so we're gonna do some jank. Yeah, I have no coal in the plant. All my coal is here. We're gonna pick up all the coal here. And we're gonna put it here. This is duties. We're gonna bump this to a 7. Loader is gonna be a 1. Canister drainer is gonna be a 5. Coal is allowed. So the moment they move it there, it's gonna be good. All right, all the hatches, dumping the coals. So I'm the greenest of players in Oni. What is the best order of build, self-sustained life support systems? First, band-aid solutions. That's going to depend on the planet you start on. It's not always going to be oxygen diffuser, but a lot of times it is. Band-aid solutions is the first thing you got to do. Oxygen, food, and then technically stress. Once you have that, you focus on sustainability. From there, that means finding a way to live indefinitely, right? So after getting your oxygen set up, that depends on the planet you start, because sometimes it's going to be pea dirt, sometimes it's going to be rust, sometimes it's going to be algae. I guess toilets is pretty important. I want to get that set up pretty fast. But you get the band-aid solutions for breathing, and then growing food for eating, and then getting room types for morale and get the initial stress covered. After that, you want to build your first system. That's going to be a spawn. The problem with the spawn is that you need a sustainable water source. So that means you have to explore the map and find one of these geysers. A lot of different types of water geysers in the game. But effectively, what you're going to want to do is find a water source and then scan it to get an average output. This is going to basically set your limit of your colony size. Because if you're consuming more oxygen than you could generate, you can never make up the difference, right? Because if you're already using up all the water, at some point you're just not going to have any more. So a lot of times you want to find the average output by scanning and analyzing right here, and then you're going to get a value. Don't get confused with the eruption period and active period. The average output requires scanning. So if I go to my volcano down here, it's what it says right here. Requires analysis for the average output. You need to find one water source because you need that to produce oxygen. So once you get that, you get an idea of the top end size for the colony. Of course, you could use the water for other things like food, growing food from plants that consume the water and things like that. Now, of course, hopefully we don't have to get into cooling, but heat management is going to be something you kind of need to know as well. Whether or not it's going to be having a cold water geyser and spreading that around, finding an ice biome, getting ice and then using that as a stopgap, full on making ice yourself because you got the desert and you're on a hot planet and you got to make ice. Ice is really good. Cold water is really good. And, you know, I'm not going to get into too much with that. Once you get the spawn set up, you're looking into long-term food. That usually is going to be ranching, because a lot of times you could farm something that the animals eat and then they poop something that you could process back into feeding into the plants, right? So that's not always the case, but there's typically some sort of synergy with the plants and the critters, or with the plants, critters, and the geysers, right? So that's gonna also depend on your planet, what you actually have available. Oh, my mans. Somehow he got into the door. Now, the reason why ranching is sustainable is because the efficiency of the plants never nears the animals, because you could cook the meat that you get from the critters, and then that's a lot of calorie. And then a lot of times it's very efficient to the point where you could sustain it without thinking about it. Now, of course, the critters aren't necessary, but it's pretty good to do. You could purely live off of plants if you have a plant that consumes a geyser. A really good geyser for that is probably going to be sulfur. Sulfur itself has plants that consume just sulfur and gives you food. So, like, you literally get... This is a food geyser, effectively. And then from there, it's just getting food storage set up. Doesn't have to be, but it would be something like this. Cold tile, sterile environment, and then you get all the food. From there, you could just slowly tech up, get into the late game resource. And then find steel, find plastic, get into space, do the radiation absorption stuff, tech up, launch rockets, and then do the objectives on the pod. This run I'm just doing the Band-Aid level setups. Have yet to mine out the first geyser. I think I'm on the Earth style planet. Okay. Do you have spaced out? Do you have spaced out the DLC? That drastically changes a couple of things. Alright, we're gonna do a jank setup here. No, so you're on base game, no DLCs on the starter planet. Okay, so that changes it up. In the base game, no DLC. The problem with it is that you get nothing guaranteed. So in Spaced Out, the planets that you have a set determined role of geysers that you're always going to get. There's like 1 or 2 geysers that you might get if you're lucky, but a lot of times it's like the same starter. It's like playing Pokemon. You're always going to have a Bulbasaur, Squirtle, or a Charmander, right? So it's like you're always going to have those 3. In Spaced Out, that's how they set up the geysers. You have a guaranteed set. That way, it's like you can never just lose because you didn't find the water geyser. In the base game, no DLCs. It's true random. True random meaning that everything you do is, I mean, every geyser that you find is random chance. Some planets have an inherent value, like guaranteed 1 water geyser, but there's usually no set cluster, and it's like usually just 1 or 2 geysers that you're guaranteed. So that means exploring in the base game is one of the most important things you got to do. So you have to explore the map, look for geysers, and then you have to find the water. You might get hot water, you might get cold water, but you got to find it. Now, the upside is that since you're playing on the base game, the starter planet is huge. This is like the size of a Spaced Out. Base game starter planet is about this size, a little bit larger, so you're not going to run out of material. You could probably spend the first 300 cycles on algae, assuming you have probably what, 8 to 16 dupes. I wouldn't recommend getting a spawn until you get a water geyser, but you can build a spawn first. The problem is that you see this building right here, the supercomputer, it actually goes through a lot of water, 50 kilograms per research point. So that means you go into here, the research point, 70 points, right, for this? That means at 50 per point, that is 3.5 tons of water for that one tech. So you have your starter pool that you could actually devote into the spawn, but you're going to be competing against researching, right? I would value researching technology higher, but that's just me. Just because unlocking the tech could unlock easier ways to do things if you know how to do it. So in my regard, I would value that higher. If you have to generate oxygen and you have no other way, of course, it's going to be better to just use any water that you currently have and just dump it in. But I would value research higher than that. So because of that, I wouldn't have a spawn running. You can have it built, but it doesn't have to be running until you get a water geyser. Second thing is that if you do run a spawn setup, I have this cold water geyser to kind of maintain the temperature, but that's going to be the thing you're going to have to figure out how to cool it down, because the oxygen is going to come out hot, right here it's going to be at 70 degrees Celsius. So that means it's going to eventually heat up the map to the point where most normal plants won't be able to grow, and you're going to have to figure out a way to cool it down, right? That's normally going to be something along the lines of an aqua tuner. You could run cold water, which is why it's really good, instead of running a coolant line. If you get lucky and you find one of these buildings, you could try to run this, but understand that this is not that strong. It's pretty weak. I think you could put like maybe one electrolyzer and use this as a cooling agent, and it might keep up. I don't actually remember how much value in DTU this is chilling. But yeah, cooling is going to be a big thing. No more coal. Let's go. We're back, baby. We got power. Oh my god, let's go. Oh crap. Lag. What's up with the water here? Oh, my water is backing up. No, the toilets. Oh, what is this spill right here? God damn. Start pumping, boys. Oh no, man. There's no way for me to remove this water. What other system should I focus on if not spawn? So if we were to look at spawn's progression is getting the initial oxygen start, right? This is your starting point. And then you move on to the next step. You do electrolyzer in the spawn. That means you do food. The first setup is, if you didn't know, you do the U-shaped setup. This is the normal starter setup, and you fill this up with CO2. No lid. CO2 is heavy, so it's just going to settle here. And that gives you one of two. Sterile environment. This slows down the rotting process. Next thing is, after you do that, right? You do food storage permanent setup. You know what? I'm not going to do that. You do this setup right here. This setup right here, I'm running hydrogen, is with this building, the thermal regulator. You could do this before the aqua tuner, because if you do a food storage correctly, you don't need that much cooling power, right? This only runs 30 to 40% of the time, and it's kept all my food from spoiling forever. 40 million kcals, right? So food storage could be another thing to set up. I'm running it on a steam turbine because I could get to recoup some of the heat we regenerate, but you could easily have this sitting in a pool of water that's gonna basically buy you time. The more water you add this in, you could submerge this building, you could flood it. Some buildings you could flood, some buildings you can't, but you could completely fill this up with water and it'll be fine. And as a result, use that to get permanent food storage so you don't have to work as hard on the food. That way you have a buffer, plant style, you're okay, you know. Maybe start ranching, because ranching is inconsistent with the production of food. You have to wait till they grow old and die and then do the egg thing. Outside of the food, if you've done that, you might want to look into metal refinery. So this is something that's not gonna be, what's the word I'm looking for? Straightforward. A lot of people just run a metal refinery and kind of just deal with the hot water. So I'm running in oil, right? As my liquid I'm pumping in. Click on steel. You could hover over this. I'm dumping 138 degrees Celsius onto the oil. So if my oil's 100 degrees, it comes out at 238, right? So a lot of times people will make one of these, and instead of doing what I'm doing, run the output liquid into the electrolyzer. So what they do is they run this cold geyser. There's two versions. This is the polluted water. This is the saltwater version. Cool the oxygen so that it gets to 26 degrees. Take that 26-degree water, filter it, and then run that into the metal refinery. Heat it up before feeding into the electrolyzers. It's kind of more of an advanced setup, but you would want something like that because it allows you to use the building. Eventually, you're gonna probably want something like this, but this requires you to kind of get plastic first, so I probably wouldn't look at this yet. So oxygen, then food. Once you get both of those, then I'd probably look at this, because we're basically heating up the oil. I guess I could make some processes of this. We just got to make some lime. And then what happens is that every time we make steel, we're able to basically make it cost no power. We have to spend the power first, and then after we spend it, the amount of heat that we dump into the steam box makes it so that our turbines get the power back. That's a little bit later though, but that is something you could do. And then the moment you get smart batteries, if you find a geyser for the resource, getting into power is pretty good. That way you don't have to have dupes running the wheel all day. Power is good, but I would recommend to have the resource be A, sustainable, and then B, smart battery unlocked. That's this building right here, smart battery. The reason is because the smart battery is a great way of stopping you from generating excessive amounts of heat, burning off resources, and effectively control how the power generation process works. Because if you have, let's say, natural gas, right? If you don't have a smart battery, if you have smart battery, that's good. So that usually means you have hatches going, right? If you're doing the coal gen route, that means you have to sustain it somehow. And that is usually going to be these guys. Oh, shit. What happened? Something illegal happened, boys. Dude, we just crashed the desktop. Feels bad, man. First crash, I know, man. So once you get the gen started with that, that'll be pretty good. Oh, I didn't click on it. I just quit the desktop. And then, do you have your coal gen in a box? I don't know if you saw how it was when I was doing it. I have my coal gen in a liquid locked box, so the gases you generate from it doesn't leave the system. If you don't have that, you might want to make a CO2 filter. Not sustainable, currently just mine out the map. All right, then that means you might want to get started with some hatch ranching. That's a good idea. That also gives you food, bonus food every now and then, which means you might want to get a food storage so that the food could actually be sustainable. And then after you get the hatches and then you get the power set up, you could start doing rad bolt research. Oh, you don't have to do that. You can start doing metal refinery processing because smelting the metal is kind of power hungry. You have the carbon skimmer. That's fair. I mean, that's fair. Cool. That lag. We is good, right? Running the skimmer is fine. Cool, cool. I was going to suggest doing one of these pumps, right? With a sensor like that. Pump at the bottom of the map. And then once the gas gets too high, you pump it out. Of course, you don't have to do that. Just a suggestion. But yeah, that would basically be what you want to do to get started, and then afterwards explore the game. Basically build the systems you might want to do. There's a lot of things you could do, geyser taming wise, resource chains. Pop into where, oh, you're not familiar with this, huh? This building right here, the canister filler, you could empty it out. I'll do it here. You see this? That 200 is maxed out. You could slide this and it dumps it out. Open it back and you get to refill the inside again. So you could infinitely do this. I would recommend to pump this into a gas reservoir, which is this building that holds 1,000 kilograms, and then have the output of the gas res feed into one of these, and you could just store it in a bottle forever. That way you don't have to think about gas storage until later. The reason why I would recommend that is because, I mean, you don't have it, but in the DLC, we have a rocket that's early game that uses CO2 as a rocket fuel. Literally the gas itself. It's, have you seen those, you guys ever do those, 2-liter soda bottles, rocket ships in science class in like 6th grade? You get the teacher going out to the field, he has a little pump, and then it just launches out in the bottle, and we have to put the cardboard wings on it. It's literally that. But basically you get the CO2, right? Yeah, you've seen the videos. You could actually use that to build a rocket with the spaced out. In your case, you could use that as, I mean, it'll be a lot later. Oh, I have these guys. Right here, we get the Slickster babies. They will eat the CO2 and gives you oil. Oil is really good because it's a heavy liquid. And you could use that for a lot of things. You could process said oil into petroleum, right? And then after you get the petroleum, you can make plastic. These guys are typically going to be in the oil biome near the magma core at the bottom of the map. Almost always. Some maps don't have them though, but they would eat your CO2 for you. You could also do some other stuff for it, but effectively you're just removing it so that you have more oxygen space. You don't have to consume it. This is just a way to store it. And you know, you're not going to want to sit there and run the slider back and forth like this. So that's why you have this. This buffers it so you can remove 200 at a time, because this is almost never running. It takes a while to pull up the CO2, but when it does, you're going to wish you had one of these. I'm a big fan of cans. I always find it uses for the cans, occasional gas cans feel kind of, it's really nice. Canned gas and liquids. It's been really nice addition to the game. Reduces spaghetti. You would have to do with a lot of elements. Yep. Without the cans, I'd probably rush the space. No, honestly, I'd just door crush everything. I would make a door crusher and just delete all the gas, man. Never again, though. We save the cans. Like, we're recycling. But yeah. For the new player, hopefully that's not too much information, too overwhelming. I'm gonna stop right there. At that point, I would agree. I'm just reading chat. I agree with door crushing, lol. At that point, that should get you started far enough that you'll be able to start experimenting with the game, right? We're doing science. You're going to want to try things out. Maybe nuclear waste is really good for cooling. I don't know. You know what I'm saying, man? You try some stuff out, play around with the elements. And then from there, have fun, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Alright, looking good. Moving out all the stuff. Ooh, all the steam is gone. It is. Except for the part where the nuclear waste is corrosive. It's good. Asterisk. This is my second attempt. First world flamed out because too much experimenting. Okay. So what we did was set you up for oxygen and food. After you do that, one thing that you could try to do, this is 100% play style. Box in a safe spot. I don't know if you could tell, but I have suits here and I have suits here. And I have everything I need for living inside. My beds, my bathrooms, filter, meal hall. My oxygen has access from the inside. And then we do everything else outside. So if something happens, it's outside of the base, right? And then we wear the suits. I would highly recommend getting to the suits too, if you can. But that's a playstyle thing. That way you always have a safe spot. Now it might take a little bit of time to build the perimeter because it is insulated tile. That takes a while. But that's a playstyle choice that you could try to do. Do a safe base, especially on your map where you have a lot of map to actually cover. Doing a small space makes it so that your spawn doesn't have to work too hard. Because you're only filling in the inside. The outside's not going to matter too much when you have suits. And then you could safely open things, experiment around. I don't know if you know about vacuums. Vacuums are really the point of which you kind of go from a beginner to an advanced player. And I say that because sandboxes, god damn it, I'm reading chat. I say that because vacuum properties are really powerful in the game. You can do a lot of things with the vacuum. It's really strong. But it's one of those things that you kind of have to know what you're doing. Otherwise, it can backfire because it allows you to delve deeper into more of the dangerous aspects of the game, like the magma core, right? I had to go in, deal with the vacuum, abuse it a little bit, and then I was able to separate a pocket of magma so that I could build my tamer. And that's because I was able to utilize the properties of a vacuum to carve it out safely. No one died. Everything's pretty good. Sandbox mode, if you didn't know, options game, and there's a checkbox for sandbox tools, would be something you would do to test something out that you don't want to risk. Because it allows you to spawn in things, right? Not geysers, but it allows you to spawn in tiles, resources, dupes, so that you can kind of experiment with everything that's going on with that. Of course, that's up to you. Some people do it live. Some people want to do it in a sandbox. But that option's there. And then from there, run a successful colony, do the achievements, do the pod objectives, and then get to the endgame cutscene. From there, it's probably just having fun after doing all that. The main thing I designed in the sandbox was my mechanized kitchen. Do you mean the kitchen with bionic dupes hauling shit across the floor? I see a darker rank, which I've never been able to improve on the core design. I mean, that's fine. Sometimes, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Your bionic dupes need the power tower. Believe it or not, there are 5 rockets worth of batteries here. Each one of these holds 100,000 watts. I have about 27 batteries here. The next challenge is going to be mine the gap from the get-go. After that, I have an idea. I don't know if I'll be able to pull it off. I am going to make... it's going to be a weird challenge. I'll say it now, though. The next challenge we're going to be doing is... can we do a single tamer? It's going to be weird. So... you know how in Spaced Out you get like a certain set of geysers? There's only like 5 or 6 geysers. I want to do a run where we make a tamer design where every geyser has interaction with the other geysers. So it's like make a spawn, but run the hydrogen over the salt water to heat it up, cool it down, and then that does something so that we could do something else. Not a one geyser colony challenge, but like we do one build design that incorporates all the geysers on the map. So it's like if you get liquid CO2, that might suck because you can't really do much with that. But you know what I'm saying? Like have all the geysers kind of work together. Like maybe if we have cold salt water and hot salt water, we mix that together, we get a lukewarm temperature, run that over the sulfur geyser, and then that cools the sulfur so that we could incorporate it for food, and then we feed that warmed up water to the spawn. We then take this hydrogen gas and we run that over the metal volcano so that we could tame the copper. I don't know, something like that. Yeah, that's the thing. I have to kind of work that out. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get that done. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of thinking to see if we could make something like that possible. Yeah, I wanted to do that if I ever got a mod that lets me move the geysers around. That mod exists, by the way. Dark-Iraq, by the way. There's a mod that allows you to move geysers. That kind of sounds like taming a max temp geoplanet. Yo man, maybe, but it's like I got the idea doing this. I was like, man, we have 4 geysers nearby. Wouldn't it be really cool if we could tame all these geysers together with one build? I was like, yo man, that's gonna be tight. But yeah, did not get it to work out. In a sense that I haven't really thought about it yet. But yeah, next run, we're probably going to do Mind the Gap. Kind of speed run, not really. Because I don't know if we're going to be speed running it. I just want to be able to automate the Mind the Gap, get it done ASAP, and try to work towards it. And see how fast we could do that. Yeah, an ideal industrial sector would be very cool. Maybe we do a dirty brick. Oh my god, do a dirty brick that actually needs to be built. Hey, Go Live, coming in with the Prime. Thank you for the 9 months. Welcome back to the city. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Enjoy the emote as I'm reviewing. Don't forget that legit sub that, but yo man, appreciate you. Thank you for the support. I see you over there, man. Thank you, Go Live. Thank you for the Prime and using it on me. Guys, if you guys have Primes, don't have to use it on me, but it would be awesome. You know what I'm saying? So support your local streamer. Hit them with the primes. It does not auto renew, so you got to do it yourself. And then you get to save money. Win-win. And the only one that loses is Amazon. That sounds pretty good deal, right? I don't know. But for the most part, guys, use the primes. If you do use it on me, man, you guys all the best. If you guys use it on someone else, you guys are still pretty cool. Still pretty cool. Not bad, not bad. Oh yeah, I was about to feed nectar into my Frosty Planet run, but I was too scared to do that. I moved on to Bionic. Tried my best with sweepies. Putting a geyser in a steam chamber works. Dude, I can't imagine using the 500-degree geyser like properly. I guess you do have to do like a brick of some sort to use this. 500C. Thanks for the tips. I got you. Open roof. Hopefully you get an awesome run in. No, it happened again. The save load bop into the bees. We'll save them. We'll save them. This one, man. It overpressures way too fast. I wish this was at like 50 kgs or something. It's just weird because the 500C steam vent Pressurizes so fast. It does. I want a drill attachment for the sweepies. I want a sweepy elevator before a drill attachment. We got to give those little guys an elevator and do multiple floors, man. It would be so much better if it wasn't an elevator and it's a teleporter for sweepy. The argument is we couldn't do organic life teleportation like Gravitas did it, and instead we're only scratching the surface and teleporting Sweepy itself. That's going to be the reason why Sweepy gets it and the dupes don't get it. That way you could have one Sweepy or an army of Sweepies and then they just go through the teleporters. That'd be so cool, dude. You have an army sweeping the base, go from one side to the other, and just keep moving. I'm the same, man. That'd be tight. Tight. Buff the sweeping capacity. Can we get better wheels on it too? Because it is slow, dude. I think I have one. My man is struggling. He doesn't even sweep up all of the wood. This is like when you run a vacuum cleaner over a pile of trash and it doesn't even do anything. Like, he's trying, man, but he's struggling. You gotta recharge, buddy. Oh, dude. Traveling to the dock. Feels bad. Zero lag multiplayer StarCraft 2. Yo, this guy. He plays StarCraft 2? I can't believe it, man. That's such an old game. They should allow the Sweepy to get the Bionic Dupes modules. That would solve everything. That'd be so tight. You give Sweepy the athletics one, and then, dude, give him pipe emptying. And if he sweeps over pipes, he empties the liquid from the pipes. That'd be so funny. He just pulls out the liquid, drains it. The Sweepy update, dude. That would be so good. Give us the ability. Dude, you give him electrical engineering tuning. And then make it so that he will tune up generators if you supply him with microchips. That'd be funny as hell. Hey, we gotta hydrate. Ugh. Too much liquids down the wrong way. We is good. I'm hydrating with whiskey, but have the liquid of your choice. Appreciate you, man. I'm drinking green tea because it's good for the health. They already mop liquid, that's true. Make it so that it's the inverse. They could deposit into the pipeline. Ooh. They mop up the water instead of giving you a bottle. They deposit it into the pipes. No, Darker Rack is on the same wavelength, dude. I see you over there. It'd be nice if they let them pick a bottle, select specific liquids, and then deliver it to a pipeline. Automate the algae terrariums. Wait. You were here when we did this, right? If you build an algae terrarium in water, they soak up the water directly. You were here when we did that, right? So if you have a pool of water, clean water, and you have an algae terrarium with the basin in it, the algae terrarium wouldn't need to be... Oh, you weren't... Not sure if you were there, but you know about the... Okay, I was gonna say, like, dude, man, you just drip feed liquid vent. But I want them to pick up the polluted water bottles. Okay. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Give them the polluted water bottles for that stuff. Not bad, not bad. All right, people of chat. I think this is going to be a great spot for us to wrap things up for the night. I think I partially threw out my back earlier because my back's in pain when I went to carry something midstream. God damn it, dude. I'm old, fam. So, of course, I'm going to get some dinner started too. And we will have another stream of this. We still got to tame this volcano, which we've already done a dozen times on the map. So it's not going to be hard. But we're going to be nearing the end of the run. I think next stream is going to be our final stream for this colony. Because, like, everything we're consuming fine. I don't think we have any real problems here. Igneous is starting to go down now that we're no longer digging Demolier. Which means the hatches are eating well. So it's pretty good. Flydo's too strong. I wish Flydos had the batteries like the Sweepies and they don't randomly die in the field and they come back to their dock. That's like the one thing I kind of wish I had with the Flydos. Kind of wish they don't just die and fall down wherever they're at. And that they would be like, okay, with the last little bit of life, they just go back to the dock. Yeah, or if they could plug themselves into a power turret, that wouldn't be bad as well. I wouldn't be mad if they automatically picked up a battery to insert in themselves. Boss, you over there, Flydos would be done in pairs. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. I wish they could do that to themselves, though. Like, make them carry 2 batteries. And then they just swap one out while the other one's plugged in. Steamboxed Flydo survive, man. If he's alive, dude, don't ask the questions, man. Let the Flydo swim. They're like hamsters, they die if they live alone. I did not know that about hamsters. Feels bad, man. All right, people of chat. It's going to be time for us to get that save in.